3. I think we've got 3 girls that have gone under that 30-second barrier, and the rest are 30 points. I think tomorrow's final will be a close one.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And also what's going to be really exciting about that race is our top 3 athletes are all in that 29 range. So we've got 3 girls sitting under the 30-second mark who are all going to push each other along, and they've come from 3 different heats. So when you get people side by side, athletes are very competitive. They are, speaking from experience, these sprint races, there's a lot on the line, and we can expect to see, I think, something a little bit faster. I mean, Lucy's 29.22 looks super smooth, and she was so far out in front, it makes me wonder what she can go with someone alongside her. Will we see a 28 tomorrow? We could.
I definitely hope so. There's always that extra little bit you can get in a final, so it'll be exciting to watch those girls tomorrow morning. As we now head over to event 11, it's our boys 15-year-old 50-metre butterfly. We have 8 heats this afternoon.
I think it's super cool. Not often do we see the boys' races having more heats than the girls. I think for a lot of years our girls really dominated in numbers, especially in Victoria, and I couldn't really tell you why, but it's been a common occurrence. But now we're starting to see a lot more of these athletes coming through, and for 15-year-old boys to have 8 heats here, this is great. So it was Gabriel Merle over in lane 2, got the best of the underwaters, flying start. He's going to be our leader as they come down under the flags. Elliot and Cedric in those middle lanes starting to push up alongside. It's all about timing that finish, and Gabriel holds on. So he's gone a 30.48, and Cedric Wetzel will finish in second there, 30.97. Those boys all went in with entry times around the 32 mark, so we are seeing more of those personal bests tonight or this afternoon, which is what these athletes are working towards. And for such a early time in the year, a lot of people would have taken that little break off over Christmas and New Year, and we get back into the swing of things with a sprint event. It's really exciting to see personal bests happening so soon.
Yeah, I think it's a great time to hold this event because we have just come off Christmas and New Year's, and all of these young athletes are on their school holidays at the moment. So, they're probably very thankful they only have to swim 50 metres at the moment, and it's not a 200-metre butterfly. As heat number 2 comes down with the 15 metres to go, and it looks like James McGrath over in lane 0 having a great swim, but it's really anyone's here. It will be James 30.61, followed by Jonas 30.65, and rounding out third, Rowan Larkins there.
Very spread across the field, and that's what we can see from these earlier heats. You tend to have people with very similar entry times, those blanket finishes, and I know this morning's session we had quite a lot of dead heats, which resulted in a few swim-offs, which is always another layer.
We hung around a little bit longer just for those
excitement. So the boys now in the water for heat 3. Up and racing quickly was lane 5. Chose not to stay under quite as long. That was Lucas Senyard. It's really worked in his favour. You've got to know, especially as you're coming to these 15, 16-year age group, what works for you. Will Frame out in lane 9. He's having a nice swim, sitting up really high in the water as well. He's got half a body length over some of these other boys. And then over on the other side of the pool. So it's the outside lanes here with the speed from heat 3. And it might be Dax. Dax Canetti over in lane 0. Just timed that finish slightly better. 29.18. Will Frame in lane 9, finishing in second there.
It's a nice little 2-second drop there from Dax, and it's what we really want to see here this afternoon with these first few heats.
Yeah, those cheeky breaststrokers having a crack at the butterfly, getting some PBs.
We head now into heat number 4. And it's definitely an even start for the first 15 metres there. Lane 1, Billy Fisher just seems to have a slight lead on the rest of the field. We'll see if he can hold that for the last 15 metres. As the boys start to come up beside him, it'll be who can get that full stroke on the finish there. It will be William Simmons in lane 7, 29.15, followed by Keith Hahn and Billy Fisher there in lane 1.
Heat 5 gets underway. A couple of those athletes in the middle lanes now. You're just starting to see them utilise more of that 15 underwater. Liam Walker with a really great start there, as was Oscar over in lane 7. So 2 Oscars swimming next to each other. It's always a nice little battle, but it does look like Liam, with that half body length off the start, he's held it throughout the entire 50, finishes on a nice full stroke there, 28.27. So we're starting to see a few 28s creep in. Our next heat is the first of our circle-seated heats, and let's see what those 15-year-old boys can do in this 50 butterfly.
As Kalia just mentioned, it's our first of our 3 final seeded heats for our boys, 15-year-old 50-metre butterfly. And it is at the moment lane 4, ever so slightly ahead, Lachlan Gilbertson. He had a ripper first 25 metres, trying to challenge him alongside. However, I think he's just going to be too strong, and that's a great time, 27.04 from Lachlan, followed by Brody Cargill, 27.82, and third, Oscar Robinson, following in that Oscar theme that we seem to be having at the moment.
It was the year for Oscars. Yeah, so almost breaking that 27 barrier. We should see, I should say, a few 26s coming up. So fastest qualifier in this heat, Bart, 26.47. And then our actual record holder for the 15-year-old boys is competing in this event today. So we'll see if he can have a crack at doing a personal best, and that will result in a Victorian record. But look at this. This is what we can see quite clearly, that difference between 26 entry time and 27. It's a whole body length. But he's such a great underwater specialist, really, really speedy on those dolphin kicks, got up and racing quickly, and he's done a nice personal best here, 26.15. Terrence Tang in second there, 27.15, a whole second behind. And then moving on to this final heat, you'll see Eli Billman also great at those underwaters. So that's just how important that start is in these 50-metre events. It's so hard if you're already a body length behind to reel in that distance. It just doesn't happen.
No, 50s are so important with the starts and the finishes. You know, we mentioned before you don't want to overrate at the start, but you also want to absolutely nail those underwaters, because it does get you that little bit further ahead, and it's a lot harder to catch someone over 50 metres than it is over 100. And we can see our Victorian record holder absolutely flying down this 50-metre butterfly, and he will come into the wall in a 25.50, just 0.4 off his personal best, followed by Tyler Miet, 28.00. And rounding out that final heat is Lemuel.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I've sort of been taking a look. Eli took a breath just coming into the flags, and then he actually took one on the last stroke to try and get a little bit more distance out of it. He hadn't timed it super well, so interesting to see. He might make some changes before tomorrow, and I think we can expect to have a pretty good race on our hands. A couple of those guys getting a lot closer to him now. Bart almost broke the 26, so we'll see if he can get into that 25 range too. And Lachlan, hopefully getting a 26 tomorrow would be really nice for him as well, going 27.0 this afternoon. And we'll move along now. We get a little bit older in age group, continuing on with the butterfly, and this is what the progression will be. We'll go through each of these age groups up to our 19 and overs in the fly, and then we'll go in medley order, so butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle. Behind the blocks now, this is event 12, the girls 16-year-olds 50-metre butterfly, and we have 5 heats in this event. So heat 1, and there we have it once again, one of those blanket starts. You can't really call a lot early on when you could just throw a line over the pool and everyone is equal. Starting to make a little bit of a shift in gears are those centre lanes. Annalena moaning in lane 4 and Molly Detbarn pretty much stroke for stroke here. Annalena a little bit ahead. So once again, see who can time that touch. And it looks like lane 4's touchpad didn't actually go off there. We do have a backup timing system, so don't stress. That will get fixed up. And then Molly touched in second, to my eye. To my eye.
To Kalia's very good eye sitting at the finish line here.
We do have a lovely view right on the finish line. So it's actually turning into a gorgeous afternoon. It was quite a hot morning here today.
It was quite warm this morning.
But perfect racing conditions, really. For an outdoor pool, you want it to be warm. It's sprints. You need those muscles to be warmed up and firing and ready to go as we get on now to Heat 2 of the 16-year-old girls.
Again, it's pretty even across the field, but lane 2, Hannah Wilkinson, and lane 3, Claire Matheson, and lane 5, Lucia Calderon. As they come down to the touch, it will be Claire 32.00, Lucia 32.26, and Indiana 32.69. Sometimes it is a little difficult for us to see which lanes these girls are in. We are at the finish line and they are starting all the way up the other end, so apologies for that.
It is a bit nicer moving into some of these older age groups. We do know a lot of the swimmers, so sometimes you can pick them, especially a few of us have coached a couple of them. You can pick out some funny techniques. As the girls in Heat 3, it looks like lane 5 there, Zoe Schneider just in front of Ava Candy. Those two girls have a little narrow lead on Kira Cullen and Eloise Pride. And once again, timing of the finish, lane 4 just absolutely threw that last stroke onto the wall there, Ava, and she's cracked the win in Heat 3. So 30.08 was second there for Zoe. You can make such a difference just getting those hands on the wall, that last stroke a little bit faster. You can change the timing on it, try and flick your arms over and really get that final reach on. Even if you are slightly behind, that rating comes down and can be so important there.
We head now into heat number 4, our second last heat. And it is the girls in the middle of the pool. Jessica Whiting in lane 4 from Traralgon, who is half a body length ahead. Next to her, Georgia Hyde. It will be Jessica 29.16, Georgia 29.92, and Gabrielle 30.44, rounding out heat number 4.
Yeah, little sprint queen there, Jessica Whiting. She loves a 50 and 100 metre race. She just looks so smooth in that there. I think she's got a lot more in the tank, so I'll be interested to see what she can do tomorrow. This is our 5th and final heat now. Rihanna Chen, she won the 50 fly short course at Open Championships. Obviously, this is age, so let's see what she can do. Those short course events, obviously, we have an extra turn at the 25 metre mark. I know Rihanna, really good skills person, great underwater. She was out well early, and she's just pushing her way through even further ahead here. Now sitting in second is Grace Cox from MLC, and challenging her on the outside looks like Rani Matheson and Alicia Overall, so they'll finish 3rd and 4th, but Rihanna were there with the win. 28.64, she'll be our fastest qualifier for the girls 16-year-olds 50 butterfly.
As we move on to our boys 16-year-old 50-metre butterfly event number 13. We have 8 heats here for our boys. Great to see so many swimmers down here competing this afternoon. 8 heats is quite a lot. Our Victorian record held by Andrew Lauderstein from all the way back in 2004. I think what's more impressive maybe though is the Victorian all-comers.
Yeah, that one's been around a while. Just a while.
1981.
I'm pretty old, but that's well before my time of birth.
As Heat 1 is underway now, and it is in lane 5 there, Jonathan Chang with the best of starts, but here comes the other boys moving up. Lanes 4 and 3, Will Anderson, and It looks to be at the moment Will. He will take it out 30.53. And behind him is Gabriel Harrington.
I think what's most impressive about there being 8 heats, so when they're almost all full heats, that's almost 80 athletes competing in this event. But it isn't just 80 people who turned up and decided to race today. It's 80 athletes who have qualified. So we set qualifying times and that are standardized. The goal is to get around 4 to 6 heats in each race. And that means that 20 extra people have gone under that time from the previous year. So that's the rate of improvement we're seeing post these COVID years. And that's really exciting for the sport. As they come down in Heat 2, it's not a lot between our swimmer in lane 6, William Brazier, and over in lane 1, Robert Marchant. But it will be Will, 30.07, almost broke that 30 mark. And then Rob finishes in second there, 30.11.
As Heat 3 enters the water now, lanes 4 and 5 getting the best of starts there. At the moment it is lane 4, trying to challenge him is lane 5, Matthew Mace. At the moment it's Zane Poxon. Down to the touch, it will be Zane 28.97, Matthew 29.20, and Cheng Zhang in third there.
Just starting to see the pace quicken here. First of the 28s. Let's see if we can get a few more of these boys from Heat 4 under that 29-second barrier. They've all got entry times around 29.2 to 29.7. And it was our outside lane, Lucas Kay, great underwater there, quick start. Going along well with him was Zachary Shearer in lane 6. So they're out early. Zach just starting to push through a little better here. That nice purple cap from South Gippsland Bass as they go under the flags. And as we've said, and we will continue to say, I'm sure, throughout the afternoon, how important those starts are. Those two boys we called early on. Zach, he'll finish first, 28.11, and Lucas finishes second there, 28.76.
Heat 5 off and swimming now. And it looks like lane 6 having the best of starts there in that first 25 metres. We'll see if Xavier Walker can hold on there. The boys are starting to challenge him a little bit, especially over in lane 1. Xavier Telford. Again, it'll be who can get that stroke on the wall. And it is Xavier Walker, 27.83. He had the best of starts and he finished very well. Second was Kevin Huang and third, Max Malone.
A really cool thing to note in that heat as well, Xavier had the fastest reaction time too. So with that takes a little bit of part in that overall speed as well. He's getting off the blocks about 0.1 quicker. And at the end of the race, that 0.1 can be the difference between first and fourth in some races. So if you can get those quick reactions, you just see them coming up on the screen here as we go through. 0.6 is a pretty standard reaction time. 0.5 is getting a bit faster. And anywhere in those 0.4s is a really, really quick time. And coming through nicely here in lane 3. Max Hussey sitting up really high in the water, trying to challenge him as they come down under the flags. Lane 4, Lachlan Rundell. But it will be Max, 26.44. He'll finish first. Will Panozzo sneaks into second there in lane 5, 26.83. And then Lachlan finishes third, 26.91. So that was heat 6. That's the first of our circle-seeded heats. So 26 is looking like that 27 barrier is going to be what it takes to make a final here or sit around 27 low.
Heat number 7 underway. And again, it is lane 5 and 6 that had the best of starts there. Max McKenzie in lane 4 having a good swim. Alongside him, George Huang and Adonis there. It will be George Huang, 26.85, Max McKenzie, 26.97, and Adonis, 27.03.
Boys now hitting the water for our 8th and final heat of the 16-year-olds 50-metre butterfly. And that was a lovely start there by Owen Kruger in lane 4. His entry time, 25.81, and that explosive power off the blocks. Great fly kicks underwater. Just seeing Luke Gallagher try and make a bit of a shift in gears. He's pushed himself through into second. Riley Hodgins in lane 6 is also doing really well there. All about that timing onto the wall. Owen will take it out, 25.82. Luke in second, 27.02. And Enrico touches in third, 27.37. Next up, we have event 14 now. It's the girls' 17-year-olds 50-metre butterfly. And we have 5 heats in this event behind the blocks. Just the 3 athletes in heat 1. Before we get underway with event 14, we are having our medal presentation from that relay we saw earlier. So that mixed para able-bod relay. As we said, those relays today, they're time finals. So the medals are decided today, this afternoon. We've got a few more relays coming up later on. And then we will also have our finals for our individual races tomorrow morning. We kick off bright and early at 8:30. So make sure you tune in tomorrow as well. Some very exciting and very close racing, we hope. I'm sure it will be, as always, in these sprint events.
Yeah, never-ending action in the 50-metre events across all 4 of our strokes.
Never-ending action here in the commentary team. Sean's sounding a little bit different. I'm joined by Nick this afternoon as well. My name is Kalia. We'll be looking after you and making sure you have all the information about what's going on here at the 2025 Victorian Mattioli State Sprint Championships. This afternoon's events, our multi-class races alongside our 15 and overs. And it looks like we are ready to go for the girls' 17-18s now.
So unlike at state age long course championships, at our 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships, we split our 17 and 18-year-old age groups up. So it's just our 17-year-olds in the water here in Heat 1. The 3 of them going head-to-head in this opening heat, with Maggie having a slight lead through the 35-metre mark, just ahead of Hannah, with Riley sitting in third. But it is Maggie who's, if she can time this finish correctly, will take out this opening heat, with Hannah in second and Riley in third.
Bit of a sense of deja vu there, reading the names in order, and then they finished in order. That was nice of the girls. So move along. It's heat 2, up on the blocks, ready to go. Bit of a slower reaction from a couple of the girls in that heat. So we get underway. Lane 5 there, Michaela Smith. Lane 6, Emily Kumar got the best of the start. She was out quick. Coming through now, Ali Morgan in 4. She's pushed her way into that first spot. About a head ahead as they come onto the touch. She just held on the timing there. 31.99, Ali, and then Emily in second, 32.15.
As we now move along to Heat 3, the first of our seeded heats here for the 17-year-old girls. 50-metre butterfly.
So circle seeded heats, those faster athletes, the top 10 athletes are spread across these next 3 heats in the middle lane. So we expect to see those girls possibly out a little bit faster in these ones.
But being at 50 metres, there's not much between the times in a lot of the case. And it's a nice even race here, but it is the centre lanes who are starting to extend into the lead with Courtney Mudge in control and taking out Heat 3 in a 29.14. Frida in second and Olivia Bailey in third.
It was a nice swim from Mudgee. What we saw was that well set up sprint. She wasn't right going crazy at the start, but she maintained that rating throughout the race, and that's the real difference. Those last 10 metres, a lot of athletes, if you push too hard in that first 25, they'll fall off a little bit. If you can maintain that speed of stroke rate, you're going to just look like you're pulling away. And the girls now in Heat 4. Grace Doherty out nicely there in lane 6. We're just seeing those middle lanes pick up that rating here, pushing through well. Isla over in 3. She's just got a narrow lead on Stella in 4, but it will be Grace who had the early lead. She gets the touch there, 29.39. Stella out touches Isla for second, 29.76, and Isla will finish in a 29.81.
As we now move along to our 5th and final heat of event 14, the girls at 17 years 50 butterfly. Strong underwater in the centre of the pool from both Isabella Osborne and Judy Hussein Ahmad, and they lead through that first 25, going stroke for stroke. Isabella's just starting to extend ever so slightly through the 35-metre mark, and she leads with 10 metres to go. Judy maintaining a hold in second place with a nice tight battle between Sion and Amrita for third, but it is Isabella ahead of Judy with Sion in third to conclude the action of the girls' 17 years 50 butterfly.
Alrighty, so moving along, event 15 behind the blocks here. The boys' 17-year-olds 50-metre butterfly. And once again, we have 5 heats kicking us underway. Obviously, heat 1, just the 3 athletes swimming in this heat. Looks like we might only have 2 of them racing this afternoon. As we did say, it is that summer break period. We also had the Peter Pub going on this morning, so a few athletes choosing to do that. It's a busy time of year for everyone.
Definitely not the same. The sprinters are definitely here. The ones that might not consider themselves sprinters might have looked at the open water options.
Very different events between a 50 fly and an open water ocean swim. And the boys in heat 2 there, Charles Gleason, Nathan Pride. Their entry times, 32.51, 32.1. So they'll be looking to go under that 32-second barrier, and it is Charles who's led us from early on. You can just see Nathan trying to pick up that rate, really bring himself home, but there's not going to be enough pull left to do it. And Charles holds on. Both of those boys going 31 there. What a nice personal best. To kick us off this afternoon, 31-1-3, Charles Gleeson takes out Heat 1.
As we now move along to Heat 2. Starting strongly down in lane 8 is Heath Graves. He's challenging the boys in the middle of the pool through that first 15 metres. As we go through the 25 now, it is the boys in the middle of the pool who are trying to take it up to Heath. Through 35 metres, they have now taken over. So Alexander, Matthew, Lachlan, all battling for this Heat win. And on the touch, it will be Alexander just ahead of Lachlan, with Matthew sitting in third place. Those top three under that 30-second barrier.
I liked the celebrations at the end of that race. A lot of the boys turned around with big smiles on their face. I saw a nice little cheeky thumbs up as well. Be interesting to see as we go through, we get some of these older boys. It does tend to get a little bit louder behind the blocks, and some of those celebrations get a little bit bigger, so we'll see what happens. So Heat 3, we're starting to get into our circle-seated heats. It was a nice start out in that far lane there. Thomas Sutherland, another breaststroker, swimming a great butterfly race here. Starting to shift gears is Darcy Connell in lane 5. He's pushed his way forward into that lead spot. Brian Zeng going to follow him through. Can Sutho hold in there? So Darcy 26.33, Sutho 26.60, and then Brian third 26.76. First of our fist pumps into the pool. What would your celebration be, Nick?
I probably wasn't bold enough to do the fist pump, but you know, if a relay came out, maybe the fist pump came out as Heat 4 is now in the water of our boys 17 years 50 butterfly, and it is the centre of the pool where the action is, with Sam Welsh in 4, William Watson in 5, going nice and strongly through that first 25. They lead ahead of a blanket across the rest of the field. So William is now extended out and has the clear lead with 5 metres left to swim, and he's going to take this heat out in 26.72. Sam in second, and Callum Rosetto getting the touch for third.
We've learnt not to discount Callum after our state age championships back in December. He popped up everywhere, and he snuck out into third there from lane 1 here. So that's a nice swim. Hopefully he can sneak into a final with that time.
The spots in the final are going to be very competitive, this 17-year-old boys age group.
So the boys now, 5th and final heat. Lanes 3 and 4, your current leaders, Hunter Mace, just ahead of Dmitry Soroklatov in 4 there. But Dmitry might have just edged himself in front, and it's all going to be down to that timing. Hunter with a little bit of a glide onto the wall there. I reckon he can go a bit faster tomorrow. Dmitry takes out Heat 5, 26.49. Hunter, 26.85.
As we are now moving along to event 16, the girls 18 years 50-metre butterfly. So we've seen this 17-year-olds in action by themselves without their 18-year-old counterparts. Now the 18-year-olds need to try and respond, set the standard or match the standard that the 17-year-olds set here in the 50 butterfly. We've just got 2 heats of the girls 50 fly.
So 11 athletes racing for 10 spots. That can mean 2 things. The first thing is a few of them might be feeling pretty comfortable, but there's also going to be those athletes sitting around that sort of 8th to 11th place who are really going to have to push if they want a spot in tomorrow's final.
Definitely a chance for everyone to make tomorrow's final. And this is the case for this age group across the day. There's 11 in the butterfly, in the backstroke, and in the freestyle. One of them has decided that they don't particularly like breaststroke and has left it.
I understand.
So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of internal competitions, not only within each stroke, but who's going to have the fastest 450s all added up. We're competitive athletes, and that's an extra bonus challenge that we like to throw in as we're underway here in Heat 1. And it is nice and even across the field through that first 20 metres. But it is Haruka in lane 4 who started to pull away from the rest of the field in the second 25. Layla Mahfouz, as she always does, finishes nice and strongly and is decreasing that margin onto the wall. So they're first and second, and in the battle for third, it does go to Riley Cardo, with Steph just touching out Kiara.
So nice to see one of our visiting athletes there, Haruka, is from Japan. So swimming here from Japan. They're one of our countries coming over to visit beautiful sunny Melbourne at the moment, which is a nice change. We also have interstate visitors across the weekend. So it's all happening here as Heat 2 hits the water. Girls in the outside lanes opted to come up a little bit earlier. Tallulah Rush was up and racing quickly, but it was a beautiful start there from lane 4, Alana Torrance. She's so consistent. She's very reliable. You'd probably choose to back her more times than not, I think. Just a fantastic athlete, and she's going to take out Heat 2. Mia Yeo in second there. So Alana, 27.88. Mia, 28.79. And then third, Skylar Hay, 29.51.
Good to see the aggression there from Alana in that butterfly. I was speaking to her just before. She's promised me some aggression when we come to the backstroke events, which she's not known for stroke rating particularly highly in the backstroke. So we'll have to wait and see if she's able to fulfill her promise.
Well, she's making a lot of promises and doing a lot of work this weekend, because she also come up with the MLC team mascot for the weekend, which is Miguel, the crocodile. So maybe she'll channel Miguel in the backstroke. We'll see.
Clearly, once she's finished school, she's got a little bit of extra time on her hands.
Very talented as well, swimming, and great at drawing. I saw a beautiful picture she'd drawn earlier too, of Miguel, obviously. What else?
So our next event is event 17, the boys 18 years 50 metre butterfly. We have 3 heats on the blocks. Is Heat 1.
So we'll see all 3 of these heats will be circle seated, fastest athletes in the middle.
And it is Ethan using his beautiful long arms, as he always does, in lane 4. Taking it up to Jacob Nemo on his outside in 5. So those two are a little bit clear of the rest of the field. And Ethan is just getting about 1 centimetre extra distance out of each stroke and uses that to his advantage to take the heat out ahead of Jacob, with Patrick sitting in 3rd place.
Once again, a few of these boys' swimming events they're probably not really renowned for, and doing a pretty good job of it as well, I must add. So getting up quickly there was Jacob in lane 3, but best of the starts on the underwater, Lachlan Chan in lane 5. And he's actually just pulling away a little bit as well as we come down the pool. So this is a really nice swim from Lockie. Can he time that finish? He'll get on the wall first. 26.45. Nothing separating the two boys from MSC there. 26.87 Jacob. 26.88 Josh. So we go now to the 3rd and final heat of the boys' 18-year-olds 50 butterfly.
Expect to see all these athletes getting out towards that 15-metre mark underwater. And it is Daniel Shivatariz in the centre of the pool, who popped up right at that 15-metre mark. in the lead and is continuing to extend his lead. Also swimming well down this side of the pool, both Owen and Justin are battling for that second and third position with Zachary in lane 3. But it is all Daniel taking this third and final heat out in 26.55. Owen in second with Zachary in third. So that concludes the action for our boys 18 years 50 metre butterfly.
It's shaping up to be a really nice final. Although a lot of those boys, I should say, going in very closely ranked in times there. So around that 26.4 to 26.6 mark. There's about 4 or 5 of them. So we expect to see a really close one tomorrow. And always in that like 18-year-old age group. You've got a bit of bragging rights. So I'm keen for that one as we move on to our highest age category, our 19 and overs now. It's the girls starting us off. Girls 19 and over 50 metre butterfly. We have 3 heats in this event.
Some great age and all-comers record here. Set in 2009 by Marika Gura for our Victorian record at 25.60. And our all-comers record set at the World Championships in 2007 by Therese Alshamer, who was the long-time world record holder for the 50 butterfly until her countrywoman Sarah Sjöström took it off her and took it to crazy new heights.
Definitely. Crazy new heights. One of the most well-known female athletes in swimming, really.
But what I'm really looking forward to in this opening heat
is another one of our upcoming stars.
It's our athlete in lane 4. It's the first time on our Swim Victoria broadcast that we're able to call Dolphin Tara Kinder in lane 4. We talked about her during the age championships at December when she was competing at the World Short Course Championships. She's now back in Victoria competing at state sprints, and we love to see our Dolphins from Victoria in action.
Tara, she's really known for her medley swimming and breaststroke events. I'm sure she'll be just having a lot of fun here today, swimming some 50s.
But she did get a medal as part of the 4x200 freestyle relay at those World Short Course Championships. So it's definitely the all-rounder, capable of performing across the board.
Very curious to see what she goes here. Entry time at 28.77. I would not be surprised if she's quite a bit faster than that.
She definitely came in with a smile when I saw her on pool deck earlier, so she's in a good mood.
I don't think I've seen Tara not in a good mood.
No, she's always smiling, always happy. Happy swimmer's a fast swimmer. So our 19 and over category is very much that. It's a 19 and over category. We often see some of our swimmers from a while ago join us once again. They're drawn back in by state sprints every year, and it is Tara Kinder in lane 4 who pops up in the lead here in heat 1 with Mackenzie sitting in second place, but it's all Tara. She's almost a body length clear of the rest of the field through that 35 metre mark. Mackenzie sitting in second, and that battle for third is very tight between Bethany, Tani, but it is all Tara who takes this out in a 28.31. Mackenzie in second, and Alicia Brownbill getting the touch for third.
The allurement of a 50-metre race, I think, is definitely a lot more enticing than coming back to do a 200. So we'll move along now to heat 2. Our fastest qualifier, Alana Banks in lane 4. Her PB sits at a 28 as well, so see what she goes this afternoon. Not a lot separating the girls off that first 15. We're just starting to see those centre lanes now pulling away. Alana in lane 4, moving herself up into the lead. Not too far behind is Anna Orelli in lane 5, and they are just ahead of Jordan Barnwell in 3, so it's those middle lanes down to touch. 29.06 for Alana, 29.53 for Anna, and then Jordan there, 29.87.
As we're now moving along to our third and final heat of the girls 19 and over 50 metre butterfly. So that under that 30-second mark should see you comfortably into the final tomorrow. So we are approaching the end of our butterfly action here for session 2 of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. Once we conclude this final heat of the girls 19 and over, we'll move on to our boys 19 and over 50 metre butterfly, and then onto our multi-class events to conclude our butterfly before we move along to the backstroke events, starting back at our 15-year-old age group. So we had our 14 and under athletes competing this morning.
And what a morning we had as well. Some super close races.
And so those 14-year-olds athletes who made the finals will join our finalists from this afternoon in tomorrow's session as Heat 3 of event 18, the girls 19 and over 50 metre butterfly, is in the water and underway, and it's a nice even start across the field with Nazia in lane 4 just ahead of the rest of the field, who are all battling for second and third place, and that second and third position might be the key to qualifying for the final tomorrow. But Nazia is in control, looking comfortable. Our Surrey Park athlete goes into touch in a nice time of 27.64. Manna in second and Dakota in third. Those three swimmers are joined under the 30-second barrier by Holly in fourth place.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to take that 29-second mark to be in tomorrow's final.
I think we had perfect 10 under that 30 mark there for our girls 19 and over 50 metre butterfly.
Makes it a bit easier for us to follow.
So our next event on the program is the boys 19 and over 50 metre butterfly. Our Victorian record for this event sits at a 23.17 set in 2009 by Matthew Targett. Our all-comers record was set back in the 2006 at the Commonwealth Games in this very pool by Roland Schumann at 23.14. As we now have Heat 1 of our boys 19 and over 50 butterfly in the pool with a nice even start across the field through the first 25. It is Damien Lane in lane 3 who will be leading. He leads through the 25 metre mark ahead of Daniel on his outside. He's maintaining his lead with 10 metres left to swim, holding off a strong finish down in lane 6 by Luca. But it will be Damien in 28.10. David getting the touch for second with Daniel in third.
It's good to see 5 heats here for our 19 and over boys. We've had a couple of events where there's only been 2 or 3 heats. So our older boys really getting out there and having a go this afternoon, which is good to see.
5 heats of the 50 butterfly, most in recent memory for our 19 and over age group. And I might remember those in recent memories.
head into heat number 2.
Just a little bit of noise, so we're just sitting down, relaxing, starting again.
I think we're trying to make sure that we've got all 10 swimmers up behind the blocks.
And the correct 10 swimmers at that. Although we are 19 and over, doesn't necessarily mean we're able to put ourselves in the correct heat. A lot of these athletes weren't used to self-marshalling. They grew up in the days of the marshalling room, and it's a hard habit to break that you need your technical official to put you in your lane for you.
Yep, I remember when that rule came in and I had to self-marshal, and I can tell you now, I reckon I checked with the official 20 times just to make sure I was in the right lane, and I still wasn't confident until I saw my name on the board.
Yep.
So
that final check as you're behind the blocks, you check the board. Yep, okay, good, ready to go.
Yeah, I also think there's just a little bit of testosterone down there. There was a bit of noise before, so as the boys get a little bit older, their egos start to come out a little bit more. So I think we're just making sure that everything's all right up there.
There might be 10 lanes, but only room for 8. So we saw that opening heat, set a good standard here, as now we are ready for heat 2 of our boys 19 and over 50 butterfly.
And we are finally underway for that heat number 2. Lane 6 having a good start there. That was William Elliott. And coming down now, Owen is taking the lead, and it's going to be a dominant swim for him. 26.69, Andy 27.38, and following him, Liam Bushner 27.70. I think there may have been a combination, combined heats there, because that is not what I had on my sheet.
We'll discover as we go along. As we move now along to heat 3.
As I was looking down and looking up at the board, I thought, that's not the same name.
So last to emerge in lane 4 is Ewan Smith. Recently made a return in the last 12 months to swimming, and swimming faster than ever here. Leading through the 35-metre mark. Ahead of Kieran, but it is all Ewan Smith here in heat 3 in a nice time of 25.13. Another PB there. Kieran in second and Anthony in third. Again, I'm not 100% convinced those names were what they were, but we will find out when the results are posted. Some of those faces aren't matching up with names.
We're a little confused down here, but that's okay. We will just keep commentating what's going on in the pool as Cameron Bladen from Tiger Sharks takes out that first 15 metres. He looks very strong at the moment. Having a nice swim over in lane 1. Cameron Jordan, probably more renowned for his breaststroke, but it is Cameron Bladen. He will touch 25.51. Mitchell Stewart 26.30, and then Gabriel 26.36 as we come down to our 5th and final heat for our butterfly events.
And I think the names make sense in this last heat. Making a quick look across the field.
I think we're back on now.
It is Nick Layton in lane 4, who loves his 50 butterfly. It's his favourite event on the program.
I think his height helps with his strength and for this 50-metre butterfly.
Yeah, Nick is rather tall and has been tall for a long time. So popping up in the lead, though, it's Riley Mitchell. So Riley leads through the first 15 metres. Now Nicholas Leighton's coming up alongside him through that 25-metre mark and just extends into the lead, using that powerful long stroke to pull clear of Riley. And it is all Nick Leighton in a 25.25. Riley Mitchell in second and Will Middleton in third. Will Middleton showing his experience as the oldest in the field to get third place in that fifth and final heat of the boys 19 and over 50-metre butterfly. So we're now moving along to event 20, which is our women's 50-metre butterfly multi-class. We just have the one heat. So for those of you who are not familiar with our multi-class events, all these athletes have their individual classifications and they are competing against that classification's world record. The closer that they get to that world record, the more points they score. Their time is converted into a point score at the end of the race, and it's that point score that we then award the medals from. So it's not necessarily first to the wall is the winner. It is who gets the highest point score for their individual classification will end up the overall winner and medalists.
And this is our only event on the program that is open age group. So we've got a couple of 11-year-old and 12-year-olds in there against a 26-year-old. So it makes for a little bit of an interesting race when you've got someone so young next to you. You just make sure you beat them.
And trust me, those 12-year-olds and 11-year-olds will be going, nope, I want to win as well. But it is Sarah who will be the first to the wall from Ballarat Gold. She is a S10 athlete and she touches first in a 34.19. So remember, it's competing against their individual classifications time. So it's not necessarily first to touch. And it does look like our 12 and 11-year-olds are going to get to the wall before our 26-year-old, but we'll have to wait for that time to be converted into a point score so we can determine our winner as Madeline Fox rounds out the field there in our women's 50-metre butterfly multi-class. As we move along to event 21, the men's 50-metre butterfly multi-class, which we have two heats of. And we are going to see someone who is a little bit wet, I believe, in Heat 2, make his way back behind the blocks, but we're going to worry about Heat 1 first.
And Heat 1 off and away. In the middle of the pool there, James Logan from Melbourne Swimming Club having a great first 25. He comes down with 15 to go. Next to him, Ming Z and Andrew. But it will be James Logan. I think he did touch the wall first. I think the touchpad was playing up a little bit there. We'll wait for official results for that. We'll have to wait for all the official results to see in what order these lovely athletes finished in. And as Nick was just saying, Nicholas Leighton ran back up the other end of the pool pretty much to do another 50-metre butterfly.
He does love that 50 butterfly, so it's no surprise. Rounding out Heat 1 in lane 0 is Blake Warren, a 10-year-old athlete from Tarragon who comes into touch in a 1:15.09. So Nicholas Leighton is an S15 athlete. For those of you who want to learn more about the classifications, you can find those on the details on Swimming Victoria and Swimming Australia website. But an S15 classification is a hearing impairment classification. So Nick is one of our deaf athletes. And we did say he loved his 50 butterfly, so he wanted to give himself maximum opportunities to race it. And he's looking like he's going to put together another strong swim here. Tempo is a little bit slower than it was in the 19 and overs just all of 3 or 4 minutes ago. And he's leading this one with Benjamin Wills sitting in second place. But Nick will be the first to the wall in a 25.60. So 2 solid swims there, 225 points for this afternoon's action. Benjamin in second, Kevin third to the wall. But again, once again, so these times are now being converted into a point score. And that point score will determine our overall rankings. So Samuel Turner, a visitor from Albury Amateur Swim Club, touches over there in lane 0 with our final athlete in lane 9, Kai Wilson, an S18 athlete from Shepparton Swimming Club. With 5 metres left to swim to conclude the action here in event 21, the men's 50 metre butterfly multi-class. So Cove does come into the wall and touches to conclude our action, swimming underneath his entry time as well there.
As we move on now to our 50 metre backstrokes, we've just completed our butterfly races for the day. We had some this morning. We've had all our age groups finished now. The top 10 of all of those events over today will come back tomorrow to compete for the medals. So we event 30, girls 15-year-old 50 metre backstroke. We have 5 heats of this event.
So we will also be back tomorrow morning live from 8:30 a.m. for our finals session of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. So all our age groups are together in the final session tomorrow morning, as Heat 1 is now on the blocks for event 30.
As we have 3 athletes in this first heat, 2 of them training partners, Peyton and Nayonika from Tiger Sharks, and then in lane 5, Emma Pankhurst. At the moment, Emma seems to just have a slight lead on the other 2 athletes as we have 15 metres to swim. Emma having a really beautiful stroke there, nice and smooth. See her kick, which means her hips are highs, what we love to see in backstroke. 36.41 for Emma, 37.67 for Peyton, and 37.94 for Nayonika.
As we now move along to Heat 2 of our girls 15 years 50 metre backstroke. Underway here in Heat 2. And this side of the pool staying underwater much longer than the far side. Popping up in the lead in lane 4, Jamie Fitzgerald. So Jamie's got about a half body length advantage over the rest of the field, who are nice and even through that first 25. Jamie's looking relaxed, long and smooth and controlled. That tempo, I'd love to see Jamie swim a 200 backstroke as she comes underneath the flags and is going to take Heat 2 out in a 35.14, Bronwyn in second and Angelina in third.
We head now down to Heat 3, which is the first of our seeded heats. Our top 30 swimmers circle seeded in our final 3 heats of each event here this afternoon. Which means lanes 3, 4 and 5 are the fastest seeded for this heat.
All our athletes have now found their way into the correct lane.
And away with heat number 3. Such an important part of these 50s is the start, and the better of starts was lane 6, Sienna Santolin. Lane 4, Vera Zhang starting to come through now. Her head is nice and still, as you can see. She is moving her arms around fast. It's what we love to see, but still hanging on there is Sienna, who will touch the wall first. It is Vera Zhang 32.59, followed by Sienna 32.73, and Chloe Burke 33.13, rounding out heat number 3.
As we now move along to heat 4. So last to surface, but in the lead, is Mia Roberts from South Gippsland Bass in lane 4. Once again, those South Gippsland Bass athletes have been really excelling on their underwater skills, and she's used that underwater speed to carry into her swimming speed, maintain her lead, got that body length lead over the rest of the field, and is going to take out heat 4 in a nice 31.45. Lucy Doyle in second, and Emma Graves in third.
It's a nice little 0.2 of a second drop there for Mia. It's the first 31 we've seen for these young backstrokers. I think she'll be coming back tomorrow. As we head down to our final heat of our girls 15-year-old 50-metre backstroke, heat number 5. And it was a great start there from lane 4, Zara Reynolds. She put a body length on in the 15 metres. She had really capitalised on that underwater, and as you can see, she just is continuing to fly. Beautiful backstroke technique. It's strong, it's fast, and that is a great time, 30.61, followed by Hannah Robinson, 33.36, and GUCO 34.08. 3 seconds over a 50 is a large gap, so it's a really dominant swim there by Zara. It'll be a bit closer tomorrow when she goes up against Mia with her 31.4 that she did in the previous heat.
We're now moving along to event 31, the boys 15 years 50-metre backstroke. Our Victorian record and Victorian all-comers record set last year by Henry Allen. He set the Victorian record at a 26.46. We saw Henry put together some fantastic backstroke swims at the recent 2025 Mattioli Victorian Age Long Course Championships held in December, where he broke a couple of long-standing records in the 100 and 200 metre events. from Nicholas Gronwald and Andrew Lauderstein. He also went close to Andrew Lauderstein's 100-metre butterfly state record in the 16-year-old category. As we are underway here in Heat 1 of our boys' 15 years 50 backstroke. Strong underwaters in lane 8 from Maximilian Broxby, and he does pop up through the first 15 metres in the lead. Once again, South Gippsland Bass must have been practicing their skills and their dolphins underneath the surface of the water, because all their athletes are putting together a really good performance, and it does look like it's going to be a South Gippsland Bass 1-2 here in this opening heat, with Billy just touching out his teammate Maximilian for first, with Casper Fife in third place.
Heat number 2, often swimming. And it was a long underwater there from lane 5, Xavier Abeline. And he's still out in front at the moment, but making his way through. Next to him, Oscar Robinson. As they come under the flags, it looks to see Xavier's just slightly in front. Who'll have the better touch? It will be Xavier, 32.02. Oscar Robinson, 32.04. And Jonas Clark, 32.51.
We now move along to Heat 3. In lane 4, Oscar pops up almost at that 15-metre mark. Duran in lane 9, also strong on those underwaters. So a couple of our country athletes there using those underwaters to their advantage. Oscar leads through the first 35 metres. A half body length clear of a tight battle for second, as Oscar does come into touch and take this heat out, with Hamish Evans getting up for second ahead of Daniel Nugent.
Heading into our first of our seeded heats. Eli Billman coming up first in front there, looking strong. Next to him, Yash Kanungo, along with Alric Wong in lane 5. It's the middle lanes at the moment. Eli too strong for the rest of the field, 28.72. Alric 29.65. And coming in third there, Will Frame, 30.28.
So underway in Heat 5, and it is a really strong start in lane 4 from Bart Orowitz, and he's leading comfortably through the first 25 metres. Nice high stroke rate from Bart. He's a body length clear of the rest of the field. Ben sitting in second place, but it is all Bart, 28.09. Ben does hold on for second, with a nice tight finish for third between Miller and Anjay, just going the way of Miller.
We head down now to our final heat of our boys' 15-year-old 50-metre backstroke. And a beautiful start there from lane number 4. Lemuel really just dominated that first 15 metres, and I'm not sure anyone's going to catch him from there. Also having a great swim, Brody Cargill in lane 2. But it's Lemuel the whole way, 28.96. Touching second, William Simmons, 29.96. Brody Cargill, 29.99. Rounding out event 31, boys 15-year-old 50-metre backstroke.
So we're now moving along to event 32, the girls 16 years 50-metre backstroke. We have 5 heats. Our Victorian age record stands at a 28.83 set in 2008 by Grace Lowe when she was representing Australia. So that must have been at a Trans-Tasman, if my memory serves me correct, in 2008.
That is a very good memory, Nick. I couldn't tell you what I was doing yesterday, let alone an event from a long time ago.
I was using a little bit of deducted reasoning. We'll
Common
find
sense, apparently.
we'll find out if I'm correct or not. As we're underway here in Heat 1, just the 3 athletes, Anika, Lucy and Olivia, going head-to-head with Olivia Johns, the best of the starters through the first 15 metres. And she leads at that 25-metre mark by a quarter of a body length ahead of Lucy, and Anika sitting in 3rd place. So with 15 metres left to swim, Olivia has now extended out to 3/4 of a body length lead. Tight battle for second, but in this opening heat of the girls 16 years 50 backstroke, it is all Olivia Johns, with Anika in 2nd and Lucy in 3rd.
We move to heat number 2 of 5. And a really great underwater there from lane number 5, Matilda Barber. She seems to have a slight lead at the moment with 25 metres underway. Also having a good swim in lane 1, Teal Williams. But really, it is anyone's. It's between lane 1, lane 3, and lane 5 and lane 6. It will be Matilda Barber 35.54, Caitlin Greed 35.79, and Hannah Wilkinson coming in 3rd there before we head into our seeded heats.
So heat 3 is now in the water and underway. Staying under the longest, down in lane 9, Ruby Kender from Ivanhoe Swim, but it's the centre of the pool where the action is, and in lane 5, Grace Cox has moved through to the lead at that 25-metre mark, just ahead of Tess Flanagan and Eloise Bridie. But it is all Grace Cox with 5 metres to swim, and she's going to take out heat 3 of our 16-year-old Turner backstroke in a 32.43. Eloise in 2nd and Tess in 3rd.
Heat 4, often swimming in the water. And it's a really great underwater there from lane 4, Sarah Provoli. She really gained some distance there on the rest of the field, trying to challenge beside her Claire Matheson. And it'll be a good battle on our hands between Sarah and Claire. Rani Matheson also having a good swim over in lane 1, but it was that underwater that got her. 31.44 for Sarah Provoli, 32.12 for Claire Matheson, and touching third there, Zoe Schneider.
As our 5th and final heat of girls 16 years 50-metre backstroke is in the water. Ava Candy in lane 7, off to a strong start. She's taking it up to both Bella Murchie and Grace Adams in the centre of the pool through the first 25s. Kira Shaw also trying to go with them in this opening 35 metres. Bella Murchie's now started to extend herself in the lead, comfortably pulling away under the flags, and takes this 5th and final heat out in a 32.07. Kira in second, with Ava Candy holding on for third.
We move on now to event 33, our boys 50-metre backstroke for our 16-year-olds. We have 6 heats.
Alrighty, heat 1 underway here. And up and racing quickly, lane 5, Logan Pace. It was a good underwater there from William Crow in lane 4 as well. So those centre lanes taking it out early in the 50 backstroke for 16-year-old boys. Starting to push through, nice high stroke rate over in lane 3, Tori Rogers. He's shifted himself up into that first place position here, keeping that head nice and still. Very, very important in these backstroke events. He'll get the touch there. 32.45. William finishes second, 33.43. And Joshua McKenzie in third, 33.50. Just beginning to see a lot of our athletes backing up events now. It is quite difficult to back up 50-metre races. It sounds easier, they're only one-lap events, but the lactic acid produced in these 50s is quite high, especially for those specific sprinters. We'll see their levels shoot up quite highly in the race, and then all these athletes will be working on what they're doing between the races to make sure they're prepared to go again. As we come up, Xavier Walker in lane 4 got off to a great start, as did Riley Lowe over in lane 7. That Terrelgan cap out quickly. Nice little challenge from these outside lanes here as the boys come through at the 35-metre mark. And Charlie Donnellan in 6. He's just pushing through, so he's waited. He's going to time the finish well there. 31.60. He'll take out heat 2. Xavier Walker finishes in second and Tristan Hugh in third.
Speaking of backing up, we just saw Nick Layton earlier go from his 50 fly, and then 2 seconds later the next event for our multi-class event. So there's definitely some athletes backing up at the moment, which is very impressive. Me personally, I did like backing up the 50s because I knew I only had to swim one lap.
It's a lot harder when you have to come back in your next race as a 200.
Being a
Just
200
mentally.
specialist, the 50s were great. But I wasn't that good at them, so humbling experience for sure as we head into Heat 3. And it is in the middle of the pool at the moment. Lane 3, Austin Bartlett, Zachary Scherer. It will be Austin, though. 30.28, Zachary 30.46, and Xavier Telford 31.14.
We usually go one at a time for these heats, and I've got so excited jumping back on the mic. I did 2 in a row.
The funniest thing is I didn't even notice.
Always having such a good time here at the 2025 Victorian Mattioli State Sprint Championships. Lots of smiles around on pool deck. I think everyone's having a lot of fun with these 50s today. And what's really great about it is we're seeing a lot of PBs as well. So not only have a few of these athletes have come back from a little bit of a break, a bit of a freshen up, I find, just start having that 1 week off between Christmas and New Year's. And you come into a sprint event where it's so big on what can happen with that adrenaline, and it's exciting. You don't need that backup and that build-up of aerobic fitness as much. And as we come through here, Owen Kruger, the first of our circle-seated heats. Look at that high stroke rate he's got. I would love to get a stopwatch on that and see what it is, but he'll take out this win here, 28.69. Jude Silver-Smith finishes in second, 29.62, and Luke Gallagher. He's had some great swims from a few slightly more outside lanes. He'll pick up third there. And often those third places in these circle-seated heats is what it takes to make the final and get another opportunity to come back and swim faster tomorrow.
Heat 5 in the water now. And they are away and racing. I'm loving seeing the skills here on show today. Lane 4, George Huang, beautiful underwater. Every single time I've said that, those athletes have won the race. So we'll see if that's the same here, but it is the starts that are so important in these 50s. I'm not biased or anything, but I think it's more important in backstroke as they come down to the wall.
You know, I think I'd listen to your opinion, a backstroker talking about backstroke.
I'm not sure if our touchpad didn't work there, but I thought I saw George touch first.
I believe he did, to my eye.
Yes. We'll trust our judgment.
Yeah,
but maybe
I
we'll
trust our judgment.
We might trust Hawkeye a little bit more, I think.
Hawkeye obviously is our backup timing system. We utilise cameras around the pool to make sure we get accurate times when those touchpads don't work. It's a really great thing because it means we don't have to have timekeepers on deck where it comes down to people's reaction skills and things like that. So it's all very, very scientific.
It is very scientific.
Way more scientific than I am.
And myself.
As Tarwin there in lane 4 popped up nicely out in front for this 6th and final heat. Coming up alongside him, Xavier Lucas Kai in lane 5. He's sitting in second. And third at the moment is Kynan Power over in lane 2, but he's being challenged by Zane Poxon in 7. Who can get their hand on the wall first? It will be Zane. So taking out the win, Tharwin, 28.97. Xavier Lucas in second, and then Zane in third. And that will wrap up our 16-year-old boys. And we move along to the 17-year-old girls. We're just noticing our officials enjoying some lovely icy falls on deck. It is a hot afternoon here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre, but it's perfect racing conditions. This is what we love. Our athletes love it.
Yes, I'm wondering where my icy pole is, but
We've been working hard, haven't we, Sean?
We have. I mean, the officials work pretty hard. I'm not sure I'd be able to fit in a nice poll in between all the talking that we're doing, but anyway.
It is so great. Those officials, they dedicate their time. They are our volunteers, and they're here all weekend. We couldn't have these championship events without them. We are so thankful.
As we head into our first heat of 4 here for our 17-year-old girls. Lane 2, Ali Morgan just pulling away. Sorry, that is lane 3, Ali Morgan. Just pulling away from the rest of the field, having a really great swim here. Coming up beside her in lane 7, Sienna Wood. But it will be Ali Morgan 34.74, Sienna 35.24, and Lara 35.53, all dropping some really great times there. As we head now to heat number 2.
So we've got heat 2 underway here. And as there's only 4 heats, this is a circle-seated heat. Those fastest times going to come from the middle lanes, but doing really well is lane 6, Judy Hossein Aman. She's not too far behind Sione Kinzet in lane 4. Sione had a great state age championships back in December, so just a month ago. She's going to take out the second heat, 31.38. Judy will finish in second, 32.16. And Isla finishes third there, 32.82.
We head now into heat number 3. The 17-year-old girls. And it was a great start there from lane 4, Stella Solomon. At the moment, it is her race. Next to her, Emily and Courtney trying to move up on her hip as they come under the flags. And it will be Stella, 32.00, 32.96 from Emily, and 33.01 from Courtney. Farida.
Those finishes are incredibly important in these sprint events. We kind of call it the bookend of the race. The start and the finish make up a predominant amount of this race. We look at the finishes being from the flags in, but it really kind of starts about 10 metres into the wall, where most athletes in your freestyles and butterflies will take their final breath. In backstroke, you want to start speeding up into the finish. We don't want to slow down in those last parts of the race. As the girls in our 4th and final heat are up. Quick start there from Olivia Bailey in 4. She's got that nice high stroke rate. We're looking to see who can maintain that rating the best throughout. So a lot of athletes, they might start quite high and it drops off. If you can hold it through the race, you're going to be doing really well. Grace Doherty, she's sped up coming into this finish. She's going to take this heat out. Her butterfly, she did the same thing, and she's taken the win here, 31.35. Olivia finishes second, 31.63. And Ashley Dunn touches in third there. So that rounds out our 17-year-old girls 50 backstroke. We go on to our 17 boys 50 backstroke, and we've just got the 3 heats in this event.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of less heats over our 17, 18-year-olds. They're probably enjoying not being at school, holidays, things like that. We did say before there is Peter Pub on as well. I do know that a few swimmers have decided to go and do that because you can definitely win some cash down there. So, although I know which one I'd be choosing, and it would definitely be sprints. As we head now to heat number 1, of our 17-year-old boys. So all three of these heats are seated, circle seated. And it was a great start there from lanes 4 and 5. Nicholas Highland and Joshua Witkowski. And they are going stroke for stroke with Jack Gonzalez as well. And at the moment, I think it's Joshua Witkowski. Callum Rosetto trying to challenge him next to him. 28.47 for Joshua, 29.08 for Callum, and 29.32 for Nicholas.
Always really enjoy watching, especially these older athletes. They've had a lot more practice utilising the starting equipment. So for backstroke, these backstroke ledges, and just seeing all the different starts. So where your different strengths lie, how high you pull yourself up out of the water. And it was a great start there in lane 5 by Shanghao Jin. He had a super good underwater, pushed his way through in the lead as they come under the 35-metre rope. But here comes Darcy Connell. He's just come up right alongside. He's got a higher stroke rate. What is going to get the touch there? Shanghao just hangs on, 28.14. And he is stoked by that time. I love that reaction. Darcy in second, 28.28. And Mostyn finishes in third, 29.81 from heat 2. So we've just got our third and final heat of the boys' 17-year-olds to go here.
Our third and final heat in the water. And it was a great start there from lane 4, Brian Zhang. And his stroke rate is nice and high, but he's holding a lot of water, so it's efficient and fast. Trying to challenge him, Jack Lanyon. We'll see if Brian can hold on. Jack's coming at him fast. And it will be Brian, 27.88, and Jack, 27.95. Finishing third there, Cody Bird, 29.48, rounding out. Event 35, our boys 17-year-old, 50 backstroke. We move up an age group now. It's now our girls 18-year-old, 50-metre backstroke. We only have 2 heats.
Now, we know I'm a little bit of a fan of a shout-out, so I just wanted to, as we get this race started, Reese swimming in lane 6. She's got some family and friends over in Kenya who are currently tuned in watching on YouTube, so that's pretty exciting stuff. Travelling all the way across on Kenyan screens, our Victorian Mattioli Sprint Championships. So
welcome to those lovely people who are watching.
How exciting. It's so cool what we're able to do here with our live stream.
Yes, definitely. We get to make sure that everyone gets to watch, you know, family members, friends, wherever they are in the world. So it's really great to hear that we're getting some live action to Kenya.
It's a new one for me.
I think it's a new one for all of us.
So as we were saying, just the 2 heats for our 18-year-olds. Obviously, 18 years, it's a big year for a lot of these athletes. A lot of them might have completed their year 12 last year, starting uni this year. So it's a busy time, and to be here competing is so great. Let's see what they can do. We also have, speaking of people from other countries, our visitor swimming out of lane 4, Haruka Kimura, one of our Japanese athletes. She got off to a nice start there, coming up alongside is Skylar Hay in lane 5. So those two very close at this point in the race. Not far behind them, Layla Mahfouz over in lane 3. We've spoken about Layla, loves a distance race, so she normally finishes pretty strong, but that great start from Haruka is going to get her the win there, 31.55. Second goes to Skylar, and Layla finishes in third.
Heat 2 in the water and swimming in the middle of the pool. Alana Torrance, we know she's a strong all-round swimmer. She had a great butterfly before, so these athletes backing up. With 15 metres to go, not sure anyone's beating Alana at the moment. She's having a very strong swim. She'll touch the wall in a time of 30.10. Not quite that 29 yet, but I'm sure she'll do that tomorrow morning. Second, Stephanie Moran, 32.48, and touching third, Riley Cardell, rounding out our girls' 18-year-old 50-metre backstroke. We move on now to our boys' 18-year-old 50-metre backstroke, event 37. Again, just the 2 heats here. Quick and easy.
Just looking at the entry times, there's quite a lot of these boys who are fairly similar in time, so there's a fair few 28s coming up. Always makes for an exciting final if you can get a lot of athletes sitting around those same times. So we'll see what the boys can do here this afternoon. Who wants that middle lane the most? I think that's what it comes down to. A few of them, when there's not as many athletes entered, might do a bit of a fox swim, which is where you go a little bit over your PB, save a bit of energy. It is a lot harder to do in a sprint because it can be absolutely nothing between making a final or missing. You have to be a little bit careful, but at the moment here, it is Lockie Chan. He had a great butterfly. He's doing a really nice backstroke swim. Riley Cunningham in lane 4, just starting to build the race, and he's going to finish in the first there. 28.17 from him. Lockie, 28.71. And then Thomas Smith finishes in third, 29.79.
We move on to now our second heat. Looking to see these older athletes have and work their skills like lane 7 there. Daniel, he really had a great first 15 metres. But in the middle of the pool there, Ethan Ravensdale and Justin Zhu. Ethan coming through now. He will touch the wall first in a time of 28.45. Joshua 29.04 and Justin Zhu 29.67. Probably slightly slower than the previous heat. But I'm sure they'll come back tomorrow morning and go a bit faster. Hopefully.
Always hopeful.
That's the plan.
Fortunately, our athletes, they're pretty talented. They tend to back up very, very well, and a little bit of finals adrenaline always goes a long way. As we move along in our program, it is event 38, the girls 19 and over, 50 backstroke. Once again, just the 2 heats. Once again, some familiar names, some nice starts there. Some of the girls getting really, really high up on that pull-up and getting that beautiful backwards dive. You're trying to clear the water with as much of your body as possible off the start there. And Alana Banks looking very nice here. Sian, you spoke about efficiency before, and I think that's something we're really seeing with Alana. She connects well with the water as she enters, and although the rating is super high, you can just see the distance she travels on each stroke. That time there from Alana Banks, 30.08. Jordan will finish in second, 31.89, and Melissa Sharp gets in third, 32.17.
Yeah, you can obviously move your arms over quickly in the water, but you're going to go nowhere if you're not holding that water. So it's a mixture of how fast do I move my arms and hold as much water as possible. And you find the art of doing that when you're in training. There's always that little bit of, oh, I think I should lift my rate a little bit. I wasn't very good at lifting my rate, but that's okay.
And that's a common thing we see, though. Those athletes who you can just tell that more natural-born sprinter, they have the ability to get that stroke rate up a lot higher. If you're more suited to those distance races, often you feel like your rate's up and then you get told you look like you're swimming like a ballerina. So heat 2 in the water now. And the girls there, close race here between Sasha Jones and Tara Kinder. And Tara looks to have the faster finish there. She'll pick up the first, 29.50. Sasha in second, 29.61.
We now move on to event 39, our boys 19 and over, 50-metre backstroke. Our Victorian record holder, Ash Delaney, familiar name. 24.81, not bad, hey.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. You look at our fastest qualifier here, Anthony Bacinas, the big man, 26.16 is his entry time. So that's a bit of difference.
Just a little.
Let's see what he can do, though. You never know.
You never know.
So looks like the 50 backstroke is the race of choice for the 18-year-old boys. Sorry, the 19 and over boys, I should say, at Surrey Park. I think they've got about 8 athletes in this event. We only have 3 heats. They make up 1 full heat of them.
They must love getting in there and having a good crack at it between each other.
I think there'll be a lot of
an ego in there.
Challenge one another. So we're just waiting to get started. As we said, the 19 and over 50-metre backstroke is coming up next. Event 39 on the program. You will notice a few jumps in those numbers. That is because we separated today our 14 and unders. They raced this morning. We've got our 15 and overs this afternoon. Those event numbers will stay the same when we go into our finals tomorrow. But we bring everyone back together and we move up and progress through each age group for each stroke. If you're wondering why there's a bit of a jump here and there, that explains that one for you. And it looks like we are ready to get underway.
And away we go with heat number 1, lane 4 there, Xander Coates with the best of starts. Apologies, that is lane 5, Aiden Gleeson. Xander is not swimming. With 15 metres to go, Aiden looks nice and strong. He's a body length ahead of the rest of the field. He will come down to the wall 28.04. Touching second there, Brandon Wilson, and third, Darren Tan.
Really great to see Aiden back in action. He was such a good age group swimmer, came through around those 14, 15-year-old age groups, made a lot of nationals, and then he actually gave up the sport for a while. So he's making his return, got back in the pool just a few months ago, and he's already progressed really well. So he's pretty keen to get into it. Starting off with the sprints, good way not to jump straight back into 200 backstrokes. We'll start with the 50s, but he's looking great this weekend. So it's nice to have Aiden back in the water. Heat 2 ready to go. Nice long hold for them off the start there, but it hasn't stopped the boys. Great first underwater 15 there from Cameron Bladen in lane 4. You can see that bright orange cap already half a body length out in front early. Also doing well, Owen Williams-Polly over in lane 2. He's just ahead of Luke Stafford in 3. And a bit slower rating from Mitchell Stewart, but obviously good connection because he's starting to move through that field now. But it is all Cameron, 27.71. Owen finishes in second, 28.59, and Mitchell Stewart finishes in that third place spot there from Heat 2, 28.66.
Cameron Bladen, great example of someone who naturally can hold a high rate with water, so he's, naturally can get his rate up a bit higher. You could see the difference between the two swimmers there, and that's sort of what we've been talking about. Cameron, sort of more of a natural-born sprinter.
Now, sorry, Sean. Just interesting to note, I've just noticed down at the end of the pool, we're actually missing lanes 4 and 5 from our fastest heat. So that opens up a lot of doors for these boys to sneak in a final swim tomorrow.
Heat 3 away and racing. As Kalia said, lanes 4 and 5, they were our fastest competitors in this race, in this heat. So it is lane 2 at the moment, Damien Lane, who seems to have taken the lead, challenging him next to him, Tanin. But it will be Damien first, 28.37, Tanin second, 28.60, and Nick Layton, 29.14, backing up from his 2 50-metre butterflies earlier.
So about to move along now to event 40. This is the women's 50-metre backstroke for multiclass. Now, multiclass events, we obviously have different classifications within the race, and we also have different age groups within the race as well. So a few different things to look out for. There's a lot going on in a 150-metre event. But basically, the way it breaks down is if you are the same classification as someone else, that is an internal race. Whoever touches the wall first will get the highest point score. We compare those point scores to the world record for each classification to make sure it is a fair field. And then if you have your own one, then we've got to wait, obviously, till the end of the race to see those point scores and work out those point scores.
Yeah, don't worry if it's a little bit confusing the first couple of times you've watched it.
Or every time.
the more you experience it, the more it makes sense. And soon you'll be an expert as well.
I think Nick just referred to me as an expert as the girls come down the pool here.
You don't get compliments out of me lightly.
It is Grace Ryder, our swimmer in lane 4, who is leading us through. I like to keep an eye on their personal best times as well. That's a really good way of knowing who's swimming fast and who's on pace, who's probably going to get a higher point score than their entry. And so Grace comes down to touch here. It's a 41.21. Following her onto the wall will be Michaela Soko. And then in third, Isabella Slocum.
So all our athletes are into the wall there in Heat 1. as we now move along to Heat 2. Again, we talked about this range of ages in this event. So in this second heat, we have our young 12-year-old all the way through to our young 26-year-olds. Because everyone is young at heart.
Forever young.
So as a general rule, but not a hard and fast rule, the higher number will generally result in a faster world record that they're competing against. There's a sort of a easier, also sort of an introductory way to get your eyes behind this and understand who's likely to be closer to their world record as we're going through. You can always look at the Swimming Victoria and Swimming Australia website for more information on what each classification stands for. As we're away here in Heat 2, and a nice even start in the centre of the pool. We do have an athlete in lane 9 who is competing her 50 backstroke from one of the able-bodied events. Obviously must have missed her race, but she's back in the pool. Whereas in the centre of the pool, in lane 4, Sarah is our leader for our multi-class 50 backstroke. So Sarah is a 19-year-old athlete competing in the S10 category, coming in the 38.01, right on her entry time. So we've got 2 more athletes here in Heat 2 to finish it out. Next into the wall is going to be Madeline Fox in lane 1. Madeline's an S18 athlete, and then coming in to conclude the heat in lane 8 from Melbourne Swimming Club, Laura Stobie had an entry time of 1:07.96, and it's very close to that as she comes into the wall to conclude Heat 2 of event 40, the women's 50 backstroke multi-class. As we're now going to move on to event 41, the male 50 backstroke multi-class.
The boys' turn. Once again, 2 heats. 2 pretty full heats as well, which is always exciting. Great to have more of these multi-class athletes joining us at a state championship event. And as you were saying before, such a range of ages. Again, we've got athletes as young as 12, so swimming out of this first heat, little Levi Jarrett over in lane 7, S19 from South Gibby Bass. And then we also have the other end of the spectrum.
The leader in the clubhouse, Bradley Doolan at 30. But Bradley, you're only going to be the leader for this heat. So Bradley is the oldest athlete so far to grace us with his presence. But he's going to be dethroned from his crown by the next heat. But Bradley gets his moment to shine.
You will notice both of those boys, Brad 30 and Ryan coming up at 32, from the same club. And I think that's a really nice statement to how long and the longevity of the sport that you can maintain if you have people to train with, create good friendships and foster those relationships within the group.
Both S18 athletes, so they get to have that direct head-to-head competition. As here in Heat 1, it is the centre of the pool, James Logan. An S15 athlete who's off to a really strong first 35 metres, keeping that stroke rate up nice and high, powering into the wall. He's going to be first to touch. James had an entry time of 32.60, so he's right on that with his 32.7. Kelvin Tran touching in second ahead of Andrew Ding. Once again, those times are being converted into a point score once they're finished, so we can establish our final rankings. Our 30-year-old Bradley coming into the wall in a 44.27. We've got one more athlete in this opening heat, Kobe Wilson, S18, 17-year-old out of Shepparton Swim Club, had an entry time of 1:45.18.
Country boy represents. Love it.
I think the country athletes have outnumbered the city slickers here in Heat 1 of the men's 50-metre backstroke multiclass. As Kobe comes in to complete Heat 1 of event 41, as we're now going to move along to Heat 2. So just like in the butterfly, we saw Nicholas Leighton compete in the 19 and over category. He's decided to back it up once again in the multi-class category. So this is his 4th race of the session already. Somehow I do not think when we come to the breaststroke we'll be seeing Nicholas. He tends to avoid that breaststroke, but I'm sure he'll be back for some more freestyle action.
Look, I think the man deserves a break. He backs up over and over, and competition after competition. And I don't really think I've seen him do a bad swim, to be honest.
No.
I mean, he just performs at such a high level every time he gets in the pool.
So in lane 1, we have got our new leader in the clubhouse for the oldest athlete of the meet. So congratulations, Ryan, at 32 years young.
There's still time for you, Nick.
There's still time. It is tempting. It is tempting.
So it is Nicholas Leighton. He's absolutely powering out in front. Sitting on that lane rope a little bit, somewhere he can probably improve the next time he jumps in. We want to see our athletes try and stick to the middle of the lane. You don't want to get any drag from that lane rope. The closer you can stay to the center and swim in that perfect straight line, the faster you're going to go, but it hasn't impacted him too much. He'll take the touch there, 31.75. Benjamin Wills touching in second, 34.75. And then it was Cooper Harrington who finished in third. From that second heat, once again, we will reiterate all of those times converted over into point scores compared to the world record for each classification.
And Blake closes out there in lane 0 for heat 2 of the men's 50-metre backstroke multi-class.
Bit of a change up now as we move along to event 50. This is the girls' 15-year-olds 50-metre breaststroke. Now, breaststroke has some slightly different rulings to our other strokes that come into play massively in these 50-metre events, and that is off the start. So in our butterfly, our backstroke, and our freestyle events, that 15-metre rope, that is as far as you are allowed to go underwater, and you do dolphin kicks. In the breaststroke, this is probably the most complicated thing to explain, but we do something called a split stroke or a breaststroke pull-out. It is made up of an allowance of 1 dolphin kick. You are allowed one, no more. Then you can pull your arms down, and the split stroke is basically a breaststroke stroke split up into parts. So you get to do the pull through, and then you get to kick back up, and you must surface at that point. Now, if you do make it past the 15, you do not get disqualified as long as you have only completed the 1 split stroke.
And as we Victorians are very intelligent, that's why we call it a split stroke, because it makes perfect sense. The rest of the world apparently do not, but they will get on board eventually as we are underway here in Heat 1 of the girls' 15 years 50 breaststroke. And a nice even start across the field with Celeste Cheng in lane 4, just ahead of Zena in 5. So those two athletes are starting to slowly extend through that middle part, but Mia Roberts from South Gippsland Bass is starting to challenge them in this final 15 metres. It will be Zena who has extended her lead in that second 25 to take out this opening heat, cracking that 40-second barrier in 39.46. Mia in second and Celeste in third.
It's always a really nice feeling the first time you break one of those like rounds of 10. So if you in freestyle or butterfly, break that 30-second barrier. In breaststroke, breaking that 40-second barrier. And you can just see the look on the athletes' faces when they do it. They know they've got it. And when you look up to the board and you see that number 3 instead of a number 4, that's like almost a sigh of relief, I think, that comes through. Yeah. So it's a great groundbreaking, really, moment for these 15-year-olds as we go on to heat 2 of 4. So first of our circle-seated heats, looking towards some of those middle lanes. You did notice Giucio in lane 4 stayed under a fair bit longer than the other girls. And it was a good thing too. If you can stay under and have a really strong start, you're conserving energy. Other people are up and raiding, and you're still resting almost. Out in this side of the pool, Lucy Doyle also having a nice breaststroke swim. But those girls in the centre lanes, Amy Pruis has started to push through. Emma Grave, they're going to go 1-2 onto the wall here. No, forgive me. Second will go to Zoe Fabre. So it will be Amy, 36.94, Zoe in second. And then we've had an equal third there. So keep an eye on that time. Hopefully, I mean, not for the girls, but hopefully for me, they're equal 10th and we get to see a swim off for the final.
So we did have 3 swim-offs this morning. So, you know, the odds on, we're due one this afternoon. So it'd be disappointing if we didn't get one this afternoon.
We do love a swim-off. There's just something about it, isn't there?
As heat 3 is now in the water for our girls. 15 years, 50 breaststroke. Last to surface is Isabella Nash in lane 5. But in the lead is Vera Zeng in lane 4. So Vera leads through the first 25. In a nice tight battle with Wei Yi in lane 3. So those two are going stroke to stroke with 15 metres left to swim, with coming up strongly in this final 15 metres. It's a race in 3, but it is all Isabel Nash in 35.73, Wei Yi in second, and Vera in third.
So interesting, Isabella, longer on the start underwater. She was a little bit behind after that. But just that conservation of energy that we spoke about moments ago, while everyone else is up and swimming, she was still just letting that glide phase in the underwater take her through. And then she finished so strong because she still had the legs in that last 10 metres. As we move on to our fourth and final heat of the girls' 15-year-olds 50-metre breaststroke. We're behind the blocks and ready to go.
So our Victorian record sits at a 32.53 set last year by Lily Koch, which is a very impressive swim.
Lily obviously gone on in the last 12 months to, at some point, momentarily hold the Australian record short course for the 100 breaststroke. There's a bit of cat and mouse with that one, on and off. A few changes over there. But the girls up and racing. Ella Matters in 4. She's a really high stroke rate swimmer. You're seeing that being executed at the moment. And look at her just charging through. I love the aggression at the front of her stroke. You can really see her pushing into that glide moment. She just has that tiny little moment where she hits that streamline before she moves on to the next stroke. And, I mean, this is a textbook swim. 34.40 for Ella. She takes out the heat by 2 seconds. Claudia finishes in second there, 36.98, and Chloe Burke finishes off in third, 37.00.
So we're now going to move along to event 51, the boys' 15 years 50-metre breaststroke. We have 7 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. Our Victorian age group record stands at a 29.56 set in 2022 by Jacob Nimmo.
Nice familiar face, seen him a few times already this afternoon.
As we are underway here with heat 1. And in lane 6, Will Frame from Nuttawading. off to a really strong start, as well as Jonas Clark in lane 2. So Jonas now leads through the first 35 metres, just ahead of the Nuttawading teammates, Oliver and Will. So those two are going stroke for stroke in the battle for second and third in this heat, but it will be all Jonas who leads through and takes out in the 37.26. In second place, with a strong finish, was his teammate from Tiger Sharks, Jack. So Tiger Sharks 1-2 in the opening heat of our boys' 15 years 50-metre breaststroke.
Got another one of those bright orange caps swimming out of the middle lane here from Heat 2 as well. So Tiger Sharks, some cheeky breaststrokers in the 15-year-old age group. As the boys get underway now, not much separating them off that start. It might have actually been William Bryan, the swimmer in the orange, who led us through at the 15. As the boys come into the 25-metre mark, having a really, really good swim over in lane 2. Looks to be Lachlan Patton. He's sitting up nice and high in the water, and we're just starting to see a little bit of a shift in gears from lane 5, Jake Denaro. He's picked up his rate as we come under the flags. Hugo Nishimori over in lane 3. Also pushing through with that high stroke rate in the second half there. He'll take the win, 37.35. William in second, 37.39. And Jake in third, 38.12.
As we're now moving along to heat 3. So now we're starting to see these athletes get out close to that 15-metre rope with that split stroke that they're allowed to do underwater. Starting really strongly in lane 9, Lemuel Janarusa, who's no surprise. Lemuel's a really strong swimmer. He's obviously hasn't swum a 50 breaststroke for a while, and he's giving this one a good crack out here in lane 9. Also taking up to him is Thomas from Surrey Park in lane 3, but Lemuel will lead from start to finish in the 34.84. Thomas in second, and in third, Oscar Coombs. So that definitely puts Lemuel into considerations for a spot in the final. You're probably going to be needing to get down into that 32 low second mark, but I'm sure a few people in those later heats have just gone, oh, the speed is on this morning. Oh, sorry, this afternoon.
Do you have a sleep in or something?
We've just been having so much fun. Time flies.
It's so true. As we move along, it is heat 4 behind the blocks. We have 7 heats in this event, so the next heat we'll start seeing those circle-seated athletes. All of these guys sitting around that 36 low mark, so hopefully a few more of them will start to hit those 34s and 35s here as they get underway. And once again, it's those fire lanes who are taking us out really well. It was a good start from lane 8, Xavier Abeline there. And on the far side of the pool from us as well, over in lane 3, Terence Tang also got off to a ripper as we come through now. 15 metres left to swim. Looks like Sebastian Majetic in 7, pushing his way up alongside Terence. They are sitting 1-2. Cody said trying to push through, get his hands on the wall in third. But it will be Sebastian, 34.43, Terence, 34.63, and then Cody finishes in third, 34.99. Just cheeky under that 35 there. That's always a good way to do it.
It always sounds so much faster, even though it's only
I
one
do a
34. Only 1/100th of a second faster. But as we have heat 5 in the water of our boys' 15 years 50 breaststroke. Nice and even across the field through this opening 15 metres. Really long strokes from Hamish Evans in lane 5. Compared to the lane 4 with Spencer Davis keeping that tempo up nice and high. So Spencer's moved into the lead. Alec challenging him as well. Arik is now going to take this fifth heat out in a nice time of 32.09. Spencer in second and Cormac Flynn in third.
Should be getting some speed now. I know this man in the middle here, Ashley Lansbury, very high stroke rate swimmer, loves a race. We'll see what he can do here. Entry time of a 31.75. So will we start to see a few 31s creeping onto the board? It's getting a little bit later in the day. We're in our third event for those swimmers who have done all of them. We'll see what they can do. As you can see there, that's that fast breaststroke stroke rate. Up alongside Ash is Bowie Jones in 3. Got a little bit longer on that glide. It is still Ash leading us through. Sitting in third, Daniel Nguyen. Timing onto the wall, Ash holds on. 31.90. There it is. 31. That's what I was looking for. Thank you. Bowie Jones finishes second there, 32.20. And Daniel finishes in third, 32.34.
Yes, there will be a number of athletes who have now completed their 3 events, but there will also be a number of these breaststroke specialists who are just coming in for this 50-metre breaststroke as we move along to the 7th and final heat of our boys' 15 years 50 breaststroke. So Ash has set the standard there as we move along to our final heat. Starting strongly in lane 8 is Liam Walker. He came up first at that 15-metre mark. Now in the centre of the pool, Ben Huang and Lachlan Gilbertson is starting to move through. So it is Ben and Lachlan who are going stroke for stroke with 15 metres left to swim. Ben's just starting to extend his lead in this last 15 metres and is going to take out this final heat in a nice 31.04. Lachlan in second and Gabrielle in third.
Almost saw a 30 point, so really nice goal to set for those boys coming back tomorrow. They'll be feeling a bit fresher. It's a new day, finals atmosphere. That might be a nice little race to watch. So we move on in our program now. Behind the blocks event 52, the girls 16-year-olds 50-metre breaststroke. We have 4 heats of the girls. We're ready to get started with heat 1 behind the blocks now. Just had a look at those results from the girls' 1550 breaststroke. Those girls that drew in 9th. So we missed an opportunity for a swim off. But really, really exciting stuff. It just goes to show how important the touch is, how close these races really are in those top 10 positions. And that's exactly what these next 4 heats of girls are going to be fighting for, one of those top 10 places. It's a nice swim from out in lane 7. Indiana Clarkson, she's leading us through with 15 metres left to swim. A few of these girls in the middle got that slightly longer stroke and technique. They're starting to push their way up. Teal Williams looks to be sitting in second with Kira Shaw in third, but it will be Indiana who takes out Heat 1, 40.08. So close to breaking that 40 barrier. Well done, girls.
As we're now moving along to Heat 2. Just getting the best of the starts is usually Lou in lane 4. The Surrey Park athlete is now extending her lead. So she has an entry time over a second faster than the rest of the field. So it's not a surprise to see her in the lead with 15 metres left to swim. Nice tight battle for second between Sarah Pravilli and Gemma Bond. But it is all Yuji as she comes into the wall and touches in 34.55. Sarah in second and Gemma in third.
So the girls up and racing now from heat 3. And those golden lanes got off to the best starts in the pool. They're almost stroke for stroke, but it is Rani Matheson just out ahead of Ava Candy. The two girls from the country having a nice little head-to-head. We do have Victorian Country Championships coming up next weekend as well, so a lot of these athletes will be going back and backing it up in Mildura. So get used to that hot weather, I think. As we come down to touch, it will be Rani 34.37, Ava 35.04, and Lucinda Draper finishes off in third there, 36.81.
And our country championships, just like our 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships, will be available live on KO Freebies and around the globe on Swimming Victoria's YouTube channel. As we move on to our fourth and final heat of our girls 16 years, 50-metre breaststroke. So in the centre of the pool, Zoe and Sally, Zoe Schneider, Sally White, out to a nice strong start. Also swimming well is Frances Budville. So Frances and Zoe are now leading through that 35-metre mark. Also putting together a good performance in lane 7 is Eliza Connolly. But it is Zoe Schneiders who is going to take out our fourth and final heat of the girls' 16 years 50 breaststroke in a 34.94. Frances in second and Eliza in third. So that concludes the action for our girls in the 16-year-old breaststroke. We're going to move along to event 53. The boys 16 years 50-metre breaststroke. We have 6 heats. Our Victorian record was set last year by Nicholas Stupas at a 28.88. So we have heat 1 of 6 behind the blocks. So underway here in heat 1 of our boys 16 years 50-metre breaststroke. Coming up really strongly off the start is Kevin Huang in lane 5, and Kevin leads through this opening 25 with a tight battle between the rest of the field, but it is all Kevin out in front here from Ballarat Gold. He's led from the start. He's maintaining his lead over both Jack and Twahi. And Kevin comes in to take the opening heat out in 36.41. Jack Darling in second and Twiley Rogers in third. As we welcome Sian Whittaker back to the commentary seat.
Yes, for maybe the 12th hour. It's definitely not the 12th hour of the day, but happy to be back for heat number 2. are away and racing now, and it was a really good start from lane 9, Zane Poxon. He will be leading at the 25-metre mark. Coming through now in lane number 5, Angus Ferguson. It's between Zane and Angus there. We'll see who can get their hands on the wall first. It will be Angus Ferguson 35.34, Zane Poxon 35.38, and touching third there, Henry Hu 35.94.
Underway here in Heat 3. And leading through that first 15-metre mark in lane 3 is Xavier Walker. Xavier's now been challenged by Garwin Smith in lane 6, with the boys between them also in the hunt here in Heat 3. Garwin is holding on to his lead, but Xavier's coming nice and strongly, and it will be Xavier who takes out Heat 3 in a 34.31, going in second, and over in lane 0, Peter Behrens in third.
We head now down to our seeded heats, Heat 4 of 6. Capitalising on that split stroke was lane 7 there. Lucas Chan, he came up furthest in front, but in the middle of the pool, Luke Gallagher and Andre Tallarico, along with Lucas Kay over in lane 2. Luke Gallagher just pulling away in this last 10 metres. He will touch the wall first, 31.33. Andre Tallarico, 32.06, and Lucas Kay, 32.29.
As we now move along to Heat 5. So through that first 15 metres, it is Xavier Lee in lane 4 who leads through that 25-metre mark as well. Lewis Chen has come up alongside him in this second 25 and has actually moved into the lead with 15 metres left to swim. Darcy Stewart isn't going away either, and coming strong is Max Malone. So it's a four-way go at the finish. It will be Louis in first, Darcy in second, and Max Malone in third. So all four of those swimmers in the centre of the pool, under 32 seconds.
Heat 6 hitting the water now. And upstroking quickly was lane 4, Max Hussey. Oliver Kingston in lane 5. And then Harry Lowe in lane 3. But at the moment, it is Max in the middle of the pool. He looks to be the strongest at the moment, challenging. Next to him, Oliver Kingston. Next to Oliver, Tharwin. But it will be Max, 30.43. Oliver, 31.41. And Tharwin, 31.58. Some great times there in our final heat of event 53, boys 16-year-old 50-metre breaststroke.
So we're now moving along to event 54, the girls 17 years 50-metre breaststroke. We have 3 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1. As a reminder, our top 10 athletes from our heat sessions this afternoon qualify for tomorrow's final session. Our final session, just like today, will be streamed live on KO Freebies in Australia and around the world on the Swimming Victoria YouTube channel. So make sure you tune in at 8:30 tomorrow morning for all the action for the finals of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships, as Heat 1 of our 17-year-old girls 50-metre breaststroke is in the pool, with Stella off to a strong start in lane 4, with Annabelle Taylor going up alongside her. So those two lead through the first 35 metres. And it will be Annabelle who's moved into a slight lead with 5 metres left to swim. And she comes into touch in a 35.70. Stella in second and Marley in third.
Heat 2 off and swimming. Lane 4, Amity Lanesbury, currently the leader at the 25-metre mark. Next to her, Isabella French, not letting Amity get too far away, with a beautiful breaststroke stroke coming under the flags. Now Amity will take this second heat out. 36.03, Isabella French 36.84, and rounding out third place, Hannah 36.91.
As we move now to our third and final heat of our girls' 17 years 50-metre breaststroke. Popping up first is Hayley Jelly in lane 8, but leading through the opening 25 metres is Farita Tahar in lane 4. So Farita leads ahead of Kate Luella and Natasha Coleman on either side of her. So she's got that half a body length lead with 15 metres left to swim. She's got that nice high tempo, driving forward on each stroke. Kate Luella's moved ahead into second place, but it is all Farita in 34.66, Kate in second, and Natasha Coleman in third. To round out our third and final heat of event 54, the girls' 17 years 50-metre breaststroke.
We move on to now event 55. Our boys' 17-year-old 50-metre breaststroke. 5 athletes in this first heat. We have 4 heats this afternoon. In the middle of the pool there, Darcy Connell from Traralgon, the leader. He's looking very strong at the moment. Just trying to challenge and move up a little bit. Hunter Newton, but Darcy Connell has led from start to finish. A very strong 50 breaststroke here, 33.87. Matthew 35.93, and rounding out the placings of this heat, 36.55, Hunter Newton.
As we now move along to Heat 2. Heat 2 is the first of our seeded heats for our 17-year-old boys in the 50 breaststroke. And a really strong start in lane 4 from Ryan Chung. So Ryan leads through that opening 25 from Eugene 2 in lane 5. Those two are almost half a body then clear of the rest of the field, and it's a really tight battle between Tianberger, Henry and William for that third place. But it is all Ryan who takes out Heat 2 in a 30.81, Eugene in second, and Henry gets the touch for third. That might be all important in securing a spot for tonight's final. Sorry, tomorrow's final.
Heat 3, often swimming. It's a good start from lane 4 there. Brian Zhang with his teammate next to him, Josh Witkowski. Both athletes stroke for stroke, but Brian just ever so slightly starting to pull away now, and coming up beside him is Thomas Greenwood. But it will be Brian Zhang 31.00, Thomas Greenwood 31.34, and Joshua Witkowski 31.60, rounding out heat number 3.
As our fourth and final heat of our boys 17 years 50 breaststroke step up onto the blocks. And a really strong start, as expected, from Thomas Sutherland. Thomas has the only entry time under that 30-second mark in the field, and is using that speed to clear out from the rest of the pack. Really strong, driving off those legs, squeezing tall, in control here in the heats with a nice 29.18 there from Tommy. Mitchell Davis in second, with Callum also finishing in 31.05 in that tie for second place. That concludes the action of event 55, the boys 17 years 50-metre breaststroke, as we now move along to event 56, the girls 18 years 50 breaststroke. We will be swimming this event, even though there are only 10 athletes entered, and I believe all 10 have attended this session, so they get to have 2 cracks at this, once today and once tomorrow. Provided they complete this race correctly, they'll be back in action again tomorrow.
And off and away is our one and only heat for our 18-year-old girls. Be interesting to see whether or not they give it a good crack, knowing that they definitely will be coming back tomorrow morning. And it looks like they are. Lanes 4 and 5, Madeline Horvath and Alana Torrance. Skylar Hay as well in lane 3. Stroke for stroke, Madeline and Alana. Alana just ever so slightly pulling away. She'll have to have a good touch on the wall though, and she will. 33.31, Madeline 33.63, with third goes to Skylar 34.26, and we will see those girls back tomorrow morning.
So we're now moving on to event 57, the boys 18 years 50 metre breaststroke. We have 2 heats. On the blocks is heat 1. So in lane 4, out to an early lead, no surprise, Jacob Nimmo. With an entry time of under 29 seconds, he's well clear of the rest of the field, and that is not a surprise that he's cleared out to a 3 body length lead with 5 metres left to go. That nice high tempo while maintaining good stroke length, 29.08. Strong heat swim there from Jacob. Daniel touching in second and Dylan in third.
Heat 2 in the water now. And it was strong starts from the 2 Nunawading boys in the middle, Lachlan Chan and Justin Zhu. But Lachlan Chan pulling away again, entry time under 29, a fair way ahead from the field, but Jacob Nimmo in the previous heat also has an entry time under 29, 28.62, Lachlan Chan, Justin Zhu, 31.24, and Logan Mc, 33.30. Be a good race between Lachlan and Jacob Nimmo tomorrow morning.
As we now move along to event 58, the girls 19 and over 50 metre breaststroke. Our Victorian record stands at a 30.77 set in 2018 by Jessica Hansen. Jess went on to represent Australia at the 2020 or 21 Olympic Games in Tokyo, as well as a number of other occasions on the Australian team. So we had 3 heats listed for this event. We have now appear to have combined them down to 2 heats. So we've just got the 2 heats of our 19-year-old 50 metre breaststroke for our girls or women. And we did have our early leader in the clubhouse for oldest athletes set at 32. I'm just going to say our fellow commentator from this morning is the new leader in the clubhouse. I'm not mentioning the age, but congratulations, because it is great to see you still in action in lane 9.
Especially after commentating all morning, I think that's quite impressive.
But it is the centre of the pool where the action is at. Amika and Mackenzie are going to lead through that first 25. So with 10 metres to go, they're still going stroke for stroke. Amika's pulled out to a lead and takes this opening heat out in 34.38. Mackenzie in second and Manar in third.
Heat 2 away in the water now. Tara Kinder in lane 4, no surprise. She's up first at the 15 metre mark. well known for her breaststroke and IM. And she leads by a body length with 15 metres to go. Next to her, Dakota Mathers, and over in lane 2, Taylor Viney, battling it out for those minor placings. It will be Tara 32.98, Dakota 35.47, and Minami 35.65 to round out our 19 and over 50-metre breaststroke girls.
So we're now moving along to event 59, the boys 19 and over 50-metre breaststroke. Our Victorian record stands at a 26.51, set in 2023 by Samuel Williamson. Samuel went on to swim at the Paris Olympic Games, as well as the 2022 Commonwealth Games and World Championships at the start of 2024. I think Sam is someone who has chosen to test out his open water swimming ability today at the Peter.
Has he just?
At the Peter Pub.
Do we know how he went?
I haven't checked the results, but I guarantee you he is better at 50 breaststroke than he is at the Peter Pub. But he will talk a good game.
Well, we all have our strengths and weaknesses, that's for sure. Not sure open water swimming is one of his, but we haven't checked the results, so we can't talk before we actually know what happened, but
I'll be backing Sam Short in ahead of him as we're underway here in Heat 1 of our boys 19 and over. So in lane 4, Braden Wilson leads through this opening 25. So Braden is the only athlete in this heat with an entry time under that 30-second mark, and he's shown some good speed through the 35-metre mark. Dane in lane 5 is trying to go with him, and also swimming well is Damien Lane in lane 2. But it is Brandon who takes it out in 30.34, Dane in second, and Damien in third.
Heat 2 often racing. It's a good start there from Kelvin Reid in lane 4. You know, he's a good breaststroker. And he has put a body length on the rest of the field already. Very strong display of sprint breaststroke. And he will come down to the wall in a great time of 27.92. Will Middleton, 30.60, touching second there, and third, Austin Robbins, 32.21.
Yeah, great swim there from Calvin, under the 28-second mark for the first time, I believe. As we now move on to our third and final heat of our boys 19 and over 50-metre breaststroke. In lane 4, we have Cameron Jordan. So Cameron is our fastest qualifier. One area Cameron knows he needs to work on is his starts. So it's good to see he's giving a crack here and getting out nice and strongly, and does lead as he surface ahead of Kieran in lane 5. So Cam's extending his lead in this second 25. He's out to almost a body length lead over Kieran, and Kieran's got 3/4 of body length over the rest of the field. So it is all Cameron as he comes underneath the flags. Bit of a glide into the wall, 28.11. Kieran in second and Tannen in third. That concludes the action for event 59, the boys 19 and over 50-metre breaststroke.
We move now to event 60. We have 2 heats of our women's 50-metre breaststroke multi-class. As we said a bit earlier in the program, our multi-class swimmers are gunning for times that are closest to their world records for points, not necessarily the athlete that finishes on the wall first be the closest to the world record. Having a great swim at the moment, Ruby Halliday and Evie Lee. Evie Lee just coming into the wall now. 46.47, Ruby Halliday 48.28. Michaela Soko 49.83. As our athletes just make their way down under the flags. Great swims from all these girls here.
We do have some nice little matchups within this race. So anyone swimming out of the same classification, those times, obviously the first person to finish the race, they'll get a higher point score. In this particular heat, we had 2 SB8s, and we also had 2 SB19s in there as well. So those classifications, you will notice, normally it will say S and then the number. That means swimming or stroke and then the number. SB is breaststroke, swimming breaststroke. And then we also have different classifications sometimes for the medley. So there'll be SM for a medley event. We're a sprint championship meet this weekend, so just 50 metres of each race. There are no medleys, so you won't see that one across the next day and a half.
That rounds out heat number 1 of 2 of our women's 50-metre breaststroke multi-class.
Heat 2 behind the blocks here. And we've got a lot of these athletes who have backed it up over and over. Today, we've seen them back it up across the last few competitions as well. It's the peak of our season, really, for swimming in Victoria. Just prior to Christmas, we had our state age championships, and you'll see a lot of these girls in that age group bracket of 12 to 18. But we also today have a lot of our open athletes as well. So we do have Maddie Fox out in lane 7, swimming at 26 years old. A couple of our 19-year-olds in here as well. Sarah Howe, she had a fantastic season last year. She's looking to continue on. I always really like watching Sarah in the breaststroke because she swims her breaststroke a little bit differently to what we're used to seeing. She goes a few strokes keeping that head down, and she finds that works faster for her. And if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. So if whatever works for you, breaststroke is such a unique and individual stroke. As Grace Ryder comes down under the flags in heat 2, she's going to get her hands on the wall first there in a time of 40.85. Sarah follows her on there, 43.68. And it will be Kayla Wilson who finishes 3rd from heat 2. As we said, a couple of those same classifications within this race. So first person on the wall will get higher points, but we do have to wait for the overall results from all of these classifications to see who our winners are and our leaders going into finals tomorrow. Takes us along to event 61, the next event on our program, the men's 50-metre breaststroke for multi-class athletes. We have 2 heats once again in this event, and getting ready to race is heat 1. And this race will be our last of the breaststroke events for this afternoon. And then we just have our freestyle races to go, plus a couple of relays to finish off as well. what has been quite a long day for a lot of our coaches and spectators here. A lot of them kicked off around 7 a.m. this morning. We had our 14 and unders hit the pool earlier today to make their finals. We come back tomorrow for those finals, bring all these age groups back together. So this afternoon, our 15 and overs, they'll start matching up with our 14 and unders, and we have a ripper day of finals already scheduled for you guys tomorrow, and a few more events left today for an opportunity for these guys to sneak in a final.
Heat 1 off and racing. And it's a really great start there from lanes 3 and 4. Both from one from Oasis Otters and our other athlete from Melbourne Swimming Club. Swimming nice and strongly, coming under the wall. And it'll be Andrew Ding, 38.182, and Lockie, 39.30. And James Logan, 40.91. Our athletes backing up race after race here this afternoon. And that's a great swim for all those athletes to round out heat number 1.
And the boys in heat 2 look firing and ready to go. A couple more of our youngsters hitting the pool. And most excitingly, we've got a 10-year-old in our multiclass event here. So Blake Warren out in lane 8 from Traralgon Swimming Club. 10 years on, competing against boys as old as 32, Ryan is in this heat. So it's always a little bit daunting, a little bit scary, but so great for these younger athletes to be having a crack at our Victorian 2025 Mattioli State Sprint Championships. As we come down the pool, it is Benjamin Wills in lane 4, sitting nice and low in the water, just almost trying to slide along the surface here in this breaststroke. This is a nice swim from him. Entry time of 36.91. Going to be sitting close to that one. And it's a nice little PB there, 36.37 for Ben. Great work. Ming Z Pang in lane 3. He'll finish in second. And then Cooper Harrington touches in third. Some more personal bests within that heat there as Blake comes down under the flags now. Great effort. And he'll touch the wall there in a 106.93. To close out the breaststroke events from this afternoon, which takes us along now to event 70, the girls 15-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. We have 9 heats, and I'm excited. I love watching 50 freestyles. There's just so much going on. It's a blitz attack from the start. And I'm hoping to see some fast swims this afternoon, Sean.
Based off what we've seen already today, I think we will see some fast swims here. We know that everyone loves to get in there and do a 50 freestyle. Doesn't matter what your strength is, everyone seems to be able to enjoy a little quick sprint. So that's what we will finish with today, is all of our 50-metre freestyles. It's been, as Kalia said, a long day here at MSAC, but thankfully the weather has been lovely. So it's been nice to sit outside in the warmth as we head down now to almost heat 1.
Don't speak too soon. No, the vibes have been really, really high here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre in the outdoor pool today. You walk around on deck. I think everyone just carries that energy through, you know. It's the start of a new year. We've just had Christmas and New Year's Eve parties and a little bit of a break for some of the athletes. So everyone's just feeling really, really high-spirited today and carrying that through into the races, as it looks like we might actually be ready to go here for Heat 1.
Heat 1 is now in the water.
Which is, in fact, Heat 2.
It is.
So the reason we've taken so long to get started is we've combined Heats 1 and 2. And this is heat 2, which is kind of heat 1, just to confuse everyone in the pool now. But it's a great start out in lane 8 from Aliana Abatsis over here from DVE Aquatic. She is firing through this first heat. Trying to go with her is Emma Pankhurst. They're going to go 1-2 early on. 30.29. What a way to kick us off. And I love when she finished there. The hand just went straight up to her face. Oh, what a great swim. I love those reactions.
Heat 3, often swimming. And it is one of those races that we love to see. The girls are all stroke for stroke. It's a blanket field at the moment. Lane 7 trying to make a move, Isla Corlett. Also there, lane 5, Alison Doe. It'll come down to the last 5 metres. It looks like it will be Alison. 30.54 there. Isla 30.81 and touching third, Ray Francis.
As we move throughout these heats of 50 freestyle, not only will the times be getting faster, but something really noticeable to me in these sprint events is the importance of that kick. It's really the motor of the stroke in these sprint races, and the key to a great 50-metre event is being able to start off with those underwater kicks really strong, transition them into our freestyle kick throughout the race, and whoever has the most powerful kick really can motor it through and maintain, and they're probably going to be your winners in these events. So heat 4 now underway. And it was the outside lanes that got off well. Isabel Nash over in lane 1. She was up and racing quickly, as was our swimmer in lane 6, Zaina Mohammed Gad. They have the early lead here. Those centre lanes trying to push through now. Alexia Legg coming into the mix as we come down to touch, and it will be Zaina who touches first there. 30.67 just ahead of Isabel, 30.73. And Alexander Isborn over in 0 gets her hand on the wall for third, 30.84. We'll probably start to notice that happening fairly often now in the freestyle races. The leader at 15 metres tends to be our winner. If we look at results from all the way through to our World Class, World Cup, World Championship events, and check out those splits, 9 times out of 10, if you're leading at the 15 in a 50-metre race, you are the winner.
We head down now to heat number 5. And again, you could throw a blanket over these girls. Lane 1, ever so slightly, Jemima Hale ahead of lane 3, Micah Raffs. Jemima having a strong swim here. This is another example of what Kalia just said. Jemima led at that 15 metres. Let's see if she can hold on here. She's getting challenged, but there we go, 29.87. She's broken that 30 barrier. Congratulations, Jemima. And coming in second there, Kaylee Faulkner. And in third, Micah Ralphs.
Yeah, so once again, breaking that 30-second barrier. It's a memorable moment. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can remember the first time I went under the 30. It's a nice feeling, especially in these youngsters. So we move on to heat 6 of 8. So first of our circle-seated heats. Start to see a little bit more speed from those middle lanes, but it was actually out in lane 8, Zoe Davis, who got off to a ripper of a start, as did lane 2, Zeta Allen Ashton. So they were quick off the block, starting to make a little bit of a shift in gears. Aurora Aldersley in lane 5. So they're 1, 2, 3. And it looks like Zoe, she led off quickly. She's gone 29.50. We're just enjoying these celebrations here. What a great swim from lane 8 from Zoe. Aurora finished in second there, and Zeta Allen finished up in third.
Heat 7, off and swimming. And it looks like lane 4 there, Elizabeth Mack making a move alongside of her, Vera Zhang. It's those two in the middle along with Lucy Doyle. But Elizabeth Mack will get her hand on the wall first, 28.37. Lucy Doyle, 28.47, and Zoe Fabre, 28.73.
So it was a pretty quick heat there, a couple of 28s sneaking in. So looking around that 29-second mark to actually make this final. At the moment, we do have 9 heats, so it is going to get pretty quick. We've got a couple of 27 entry times coming up. And there's absolutely nothing in this one. They were up and racing quickly. Zara Reynolds just charging through. She's got that great motoring kick behind her. You can just see it's slightly bigger than the girls next to her, and that's really powered her through in this last 15 metres. She's going to take out Heat 8, 27.92. So as we expected, start seeing a couple of 27s. Claudia finishes in second there, 28.88.
We move on now to our 9th and final heat of our girls 15-year-old 50-metre freestyle. There's always lots of heats in our 50-metre freestyle, as we mentioned before. So many people love to get in and give it a crack. As Heat 9 now off and racing. Again, we have a close race here. All girls going stroke for stroke. Ever so slightly in front, Emerson Hogan. As we come down between Celeste, Emma and Alyssa. It will be Celeste, 28.28, followed by Alyssa Meddings, 28.49, and touching third, Emma Grave, 28.54. Rounding out our girls 15-year-olds as we move on to event 71, our boys 15 years old 50-metre freestyle.
Victorian record in this event set in 2014 by Caden Gill. He's now one of our coaches, so one of our coaching staff at South Gippsland Bass. He's got a couple of athletes in this race, so they've had the race plan from the master himself, you could say. We've got 10 heats of the boys for 15-year-olds as well, and those 9th and 10th heats, we're going to see, I think, some quick racing. Bart, our fastest qualifier, with an entry time of 23. Eli Billman, 24.1. So I'm looking forward to some quick swims. So Heat 1 up and racing. Quick starts from that centre lane. Sebastian Majetic. Billy King was also off very well there early on. Absolutely flying through out of the outside lane here though. Noah Stevens. He's looking across the pool at Billy. So it's a race between those two as we come down to touch, and Noah will hold on there. 28.46. Billy 28.62. And Akil Malwada in lane 6 finishes in third, 29.01.
Heat 2 in the water now, off and racing. And it looks like lane 5, Ned Sheehan has taken a bit of a lead. But coming through now over in lane 2, Gabriel Merle. Also having a good swim out in lane 0, Harry Chandler. As we come down to the touch, it's really anyone's here. It will be Ned Sheehan, 28.47. Gabrielle Merle, 28.74. And touching third there, Elliot Bird, 28.81.
These next two heats, all the boys sitting around that 28-second mark, so hopefully we'll start seeing a couple of them sneak into the 27s. And up and racing quickly was lane 5. Cormac Flynn didn't waste any time on that underwater. The boys in the outside lanes also got off pretty well. Lanes 8 and 9 almost have their own little swim-off race going on this far side of the pool. But it is still Cormac out in the lead. Following him through is Jonas Clark, and in lane 9, Edward Jones. But Cormac gets his hand on the wall there first. 27.93. Tiger over in lane 1. He snuck on for second. 28.32, just 3/100ths of a second in front of Jonas, who finished in third.
Heat 4 in the water now. All these boys 28 seconds. And you can see that they're all close because I could not pick who's leading at the moment. Might be lane 1, it might be lane 3. I think we'll have to wait just until it gets down to the touch. Ever so slightly, maybe Dax ahead. It will be Jacob Chester, 27.79. Zachary there, 27.99, and touching third, Dax. A couple of boys there going under 28, which is great to see.
I feel like the timing of the finish becomes so important in these races. That last 5 meters, you need to know exactly where you are to make sure that final stroke you can get on the wall with just that little bit of extra reach without having to change your stroke or be too close and waste time. And as we come through here, it is lane 4, Oscar Woith who's led this pretty much start to finish. It's a nice quick ending there by Zachary Porlock, but not enough to out-touch Oscar, who almost broke the 27 as well, 27.06, following him in Zachary, 27.28.
As we start to get towards the pointy end of our heats here, heat number 6, often swimming. And it was great starts from lanes 8 and 9. Cody said and Alric Wong. Cody seems to be slightly ahead at the moment. Alric trying to go with him. Great little battle here we have in the outside lanes. And it will be Cody 26.72 and Alric 26.84, followed by Oliver Hall 27.40. Loved seeing those two have a great battle on the outside, 2 lanes, both getting under that 27 seconds.
Cheeky little outsiders. I do enjoy an outside smoker as we come down to heat 7 in the water now. And once again, those outside lanes, they got off really well. Lanes 8 and 9 over in lane 2. It was a good start by Christopher Podium. Here come those centre lanes, though. Nicholas in lane 5, starting to motor up here, as is Oscar Robinson. They've taken the lead as we come down under the flags, and it will be Nicholas, lane 5, 26.79. Keegan Bilsma touches in second there, 26.85.
Well, it's our first of our seeded heats here, heat 8. And it is the middle of the pool. Matthew Morin challenging him. Lemuel, who will it be? It will be Matthew, 25.61, 25.83 for Lemuel. Touching third there, Angus Adlam.
Heat 9 is behind the blocks. I would keep an eye on lane 4. Great starter, really good sprinter. Eli, always enjoy watching his underwaters. Some quicker reactions in there. Starting to see a few of those 0.5s. But up and racing quickly. As expected, Eli Billman. Beautiful fly kicks, dolphin kicks on the start. Pushing through over in lane 2 is Liam Walker. He's trying to come up alongside, as is Terrence Tang in lane 5. They're going to go down under the flags as 1, 2, 3. And that's how it will finish. Eli 25.27, Liam 25.45, and Terrence 25.51 for rounding off heat 9. As we move on to our 10th and our final heat of the boys 15-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. Keen to see what the Barty Party in lane 4 can crack out this afternoon. He looked good in training yesterday. Some 25 sprints, was holding 10 point. It's always a good sign in a 50 freestyle. Anyone can go out in 10 seconds. I don't even think I could do that with fins on.
No, I don't think I could get to the 15 in 10 seconds these days. We should probably stop putting ourselves down, but that's all right. Just being realistic.
I think it's also good, though, to compare what a normal person could go to the pool and swim. And these are 15-year-old boys. Yeah.
Good luck to everyone going and try and do 10 seconds with fins on.
And good luck to anyone in this 10th heat, because look at that. Bart is out a body length in front with 15 metres left to swim. See ya later, lads. Oh, what a great swim. I mean, that time there, 23.81. So
not bad.
The record sits at 23.25. As we said, that one's held by Caden Gill. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
We shall see.
And we'll move along now to event 72, the girls' 16-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. We have 6 heats in this event. Behind the blocks now, heat 1. Just the 3 athletes swimming out of the first heat. So all of these girls' entry time sitting around that 32-second mark. And that's very, very even early on as they just come past the 25. Kira Debrati in 3 has a little bit of a lead. 10 metres left to swim for the girls. Can she hold on? It's teammates Madison and Macy from Geelong coming in behind her. But it will be Kira, 31.12. So a nice personal best for her. All 3 girls hitting at 31. Great start to event 72, the girls' 16-year-olds 50 freestyle.
The action is coming at us thick and fast here in the freestyle portion of session 2 of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships as we're underway here in Heat 2. And it is the centre of the pool with Indiana Clarkson, who leads through the first 25 metres. Really strong start. She's popped up. She's maintained that lead just ahead of the rest of the field. Also swimming well is Tilly Williams in 8. And Tilly's now moved into the lead in the last 15 metres and is pulling clear of the rest of the field and is going to take out Heat 2 in a nice time of 29.70. Cindy in second and Indiana in third. So already one athlete under that magical 30-second barrier. We'll see how many can join her in the next heat.
Yeah, so there's a lot of girls hovering around those low 30s here. Good starts from lane 7 there. Ruby Paulette and Kira Carlin in lane 8. Maybe there's something going on this side of the pool because we're seeing a lot of action from lane 7, 8 and 9 as the girls come down here. Ruby just out in front. Kira trying to stick with her. Those two in a race of their own as they come down under the flags. Very close onto the touch there, but Ruby holds on. 29.70 in front of Kira, 29.90.
Those of you watching this morning's coverage would have seen that lane 9 did make a bit of a run of it in the freestyle events. So obviously there's something magical about lane 9 for freestyle as we move along to heat 4. And once again, Isla Hassett in lane 9, popping up really strongly off those underwaters. She was the first to the 10-metre mark. Now in the middle of the pool making their way through is Gabrielle King and Claire Matheson. So Claire and Ava Candy. So Ava's now moving up alongside Gabriella. Those two come to the wall together. It is Gabriella in 27.72, just ahead of Ava, and Claire in third place. So that was the first of our seeded heats for our girls 16 years 50-metre freestyle. So 2 more heats as we move along to heat 5.
Not a lot separating the girls off the start. Yuxi Lu in 4 might have just had a slight advantage. Oh, well done underwater there by Eloise Pride, but Bella Murchie starting to make her way up alongside, I should say, Yuxi there as the girls come down under the flags. And it will be the Surrey Park swimmer in lane 4, Yuxi Lu. 27.85, just ahead of Bella Murchie, 28.34. And then Frances Boardville finishes in third, 28.56. And we hit up our final heat of the girls 16-year-olds, heat 6.
And popping up to the lead is Jessica Whiting in lane 5 with Eve Anderson going with her through that first 15 metres. Those two have just a small advantage over Rani Matheson through the 25, but Rani's put together a really strong middle 25 to move up alongside both Jessica and Evie, and those three are going to battle it out. It is Evie Anderson who takes it out in 28.09, Jessica in second and Rani in third.
Event 73 on your program is up next. The boys 16-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. And we've got 8 heats of our boys. We are ready to get straight underway here into heat 1.
Our Victorian record holder in this event is in the building, Caden Gill. He's currently watching his charges from South Gippsland Bass. He set a 23.15 Victorian record back in 2015.
Caden had a pretty good run of it between ages 15 and 16. He was also our record holder for the 15-year-old boys at a 27.25, so he dropped off 0.1 across the year. Doesn't sound like much, but at that elite or a high level. 0.1, where if you can look up and get a personal best of that much, it does feel massive. So our boys there, throw a blanket over these guys. Just out slightly ahead, looks like Joshua McKenzie in lane 6, not too far behind him. Sorry, Robert Marchant in lane 6, and then not far behind was Joshua McKenzie in 5. So as we come down under the flags, they remain our leaders. Robert leads start to finish there, 27.47. Josh in second, 27.92. And Reece Hornsby picks up third there, 28.16.
We're now moving along to the second of 8 heats for our 16-year-old boys. Staying under the waters longest was Xavier Walker, and he does pop up with a lead in lane 5. So strong underwater dolphin kick, using it to his advantage. Now the rest of the field is starting to close that margin. With 15 metres to go, Xavier's still holding on just ahead of Callum and William on either side of him. But it will be Xavier, leader from start to finish, 26.67. Callum Sanders in second and William Brazier in third.
It's a great personal best there. Almost dropped an entire second at 16 years of age. I'll take that.
Anyone would take that.
As we move along to Heat 3. It was a ripper start from Isaac Kernow out in lane 9. He was up and firing quickly. The boys in the middle just starting to push through now. They're the fastest entry times for a reason. And this is it. As we come down under the flags, Max Malone looks like he's going to get the touch there. 26.78. Harry Kuma over in lane 0 finishes in second. 26.97. And Tori Rogers in lane 6 in third. 27.05.
As we now have Heat 4 on the blocks. Staying under the water for the longest is William Upstone in lane 9. But leading through that 15-metre mark was Darcy Stewart in 6. Also swimming well in lane 2, Xavier Telford. Xavier leads through at the 35-metre mark. Will he be able to hold on in the last 5 metres? It's a blanket finish across the field as we go to the wall. It is Darcy Stewart ahead of Xavier, with Harry in the centre of the pool getting up for third.
Heat 5 hitting the water here, and it was a really nice start from Lucas Kay in lane 4. He's had a great meet this afternoon. His boys in the outside lanes, though, they keep challenging. Lucas Chan really up there as well, with Kevin Huang in 5, just shifting gears as they come down under the flags. Will Anderson's trying to go up a notch with him, but it will be Kevin who takes the win there, 25.70 ahead of Will, 25.99. And Riley Hodgins finishes in third there, 26.22. And he's got a nice cheeky grin on his face, sneaking that third place out of Heat 6.
As we now move along to our top 30 athletes in our last 3 seeded heats, with Heat 6 in the water. And it is nice and even across the field, but through that first 15. But at the 25-metre mark, Owen and Jan in the centre of the pool have started to pull clear of the rest of the field. Jen Song in lane 3 is not letting them get far ahead, though. So those 3 are going to contest this finish here. It is Owen taking it out under the 25 in 24.94. So cracked that 25-second barrier there in Heat 6 of the boys 16 years 50-metre freestyle.
Heat 7. And as always, George playing in lane 4 had a really nice start, but it was honestly lane 6, Max Hussey, who was up and racing the quickest early on, and those two about half a body length out in front of the rest of the field. As they come down under the flags, Max looks to have a bit of an advantage into the wall, and he'll take out Heat 7, 24.47, ahead of George, 24.62, and third will go to Will Panozzo, 25.18.
As we move on to our 8th and final heat of the boys 16 years 50 freestyle. So underway here, a nice smooth start across the field, but in lane 6 it is Lachlan Rundell who leads through that first 15 metres. Lachlan maintains his lead through the first 25. Now Adonis is trying to make his way into the lead, so it's Adonis and Lachlan who are battling it out for the heat win here in this 8th and final heat, and will be Adonis in a 24.67, Lachlan in second, and Oliver in third. And that concludes the action for our boys 16 years 50-metre freestyle.
Behind the blocks now, event 74, the girls 17-year-olds 50-metre freestyle. And in this event this afternoon, we have 5 heats battling it out for those top 10 places this afternoon, which gets them a spot in our finals, which we have on tomorrow morning. You can catch all the action on KO and on our Swim Victoria YouTube channel. Kick off nice, bright and early, 8:30 start. And we expect to see some fantastic, close, exciting races for the finals of our 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships, as the girls here are ready to get underway. This is the 17-year-old 50 freestyle. Great start there by Jasmine Thwaites out in lane 7. That golden cap, nice and easy to see. Quick stroke rate on Lara Smythe in lane 5. Just starting to push her through up into the lead. Going with her, Kendra Wellens. But that middle 3 starting to tighten. As the girls come under the flags, Kendra leads us in. She'll get the touch. 30.32. Lara in second, 30.57. And Sienna finishes in third, 31.44.
As we now move along to Heat 2. So it's the centre of the pool that stayed under the longest, and in lane 5 it was Indy Sporic who popped up in the lead. So Indy leads through the first 25, but is the far side of the pool who's starting to challenge Indy. She's maintaining that half a body length lead, and with 5 metres to go, her closest challenger is now emerging in lane 8, Olivia Williams, but it will be Indy who leads from start to finish, 29.69. Isabella in second, with Alana Cummings in third there in Heat 2.
Girls in Heat 3 ready to go now. We start to see our circle seed, so keep an eye on those centre lanes. It's still always a chance to get some outside action, but on entry time, it's those golden lanes you want to be keeping an eye on as the girls in Heat 3 are underway. And as we said, it is those centre lanes. Courtney Mudge out in the lead early on. Judy Hussain Aman in lane 6, not far behind. Starting to push through the girls from MLC, Isabella and Stella, the dream team, but it will be Mudgee, 28.18. Little victory there for her in Heat 3. Isabella Osborne finishes in second and Stella Salamone in third.
As we move along to Heat 4. Popping up in the lead in lane 4 is India Paleg. So she leads through that first 15 metres. She's established a little bit of a clear lead ahead of Natasha in second place at that 25 metre mark. So with 15 metres left to swim, Indiana is continuing to extend her lead. Natasha and Catherine are going stroke for stroke in that battle for second, but it's all Indiana who leads through and takes this heat out in 28.03 with a dead heat for second between Natasha and Catherine.
It's our fifth and final heat of the girls' 17-year-olds 50-metre freestyle, and there's absolutely nothing separating them early on. Once you start getting up to these older age groups, the athletes have pretty much mastered their underwaters. As we come through now, just 15 metres left to swim, and stroke for stroke out in those middle lanes. It's Farida Taha and Grace Doherty. Grace, what a fantastic day she's had. She's won so many of her races, but not this one. Farida gets the touch there. 28.01. Grace in second, 28.11. And Sione finishes in third, 28.67.
So some very tight battles there in the girls' 17 years 50-metre freestyle. We now move on to event 75, the boys' 17-year-old 50-metre freestyle. We have 5 heats. So expect the action to continue to be nice and tight here in our 17-year-old age group. Somewhere around that 25 low is what we expect to need if you would like to qualify for the final tomorrow. So 25 low is what will likely be required, as Heat 1 is now up on the blocks. And a nice even start here in Heat 1 of the boys' 17 years 50 freestyle. Through the first 25, Lachlan Patterson has moved into a lead though, so he's really used his swimming speed to pull ahead of the rest of his competitors after that start, out to over a body length lead, coming underneath the flags and taking his opening heat out in a swift 27.59. Hunter Newton in second and Charles Gleeson in third.
Heat 2, boys ready to go. Looking for those fast reaction times off the start to get away quickly. In lane 7, Andreas Guinness in swimming for Bendigo East was up early and fast. Challenging him on the far side is Chase Briggs. They're going to hit that under the flags first, and it looks like it will be Chase. Gets his hand on the wall first. 26.90. Heathgrave in lane 8, second. And then Andreas in third, 27.15. So we start to pick up the pace here. Those middle lanes in these upcoming heats, all sitting around those 24-second marks. So let's get ready to go.
So Heat 3 is in the water and popping up evenly across the field. Last to emerge was Darcy Connell in lane 5, but it is lane 3 and 4, Callum and Dimitri, who lead through that first 25. They maintain the lead with 10 metres to go. They're going stroke for stroke underneath the flags and are going to take out first and second place here in Heat 3, with Dimitri getting the touch in 24.87, Callum Rosetto in second, and our early leader Darcy touching in third.
Heat 4, boys, our second last heat of the 17-year-olds. A few familiar names in this one. Good to see Tian Berger back racing after sitting out of state age championships due to injury. So making his comeback here, 50-metre sprints, and looking really good with his teammate Shanghao Jin. They're out in front from Heat 4. Tian will take this one out. 24.89. Shanghao in 25.16. And then Hunter Mace gets the third there, 25.47 from Heat 4.
As we now move along to our fifth and final heat of our boys' 17 years 50-metre freestyle. So in the lead through that first 15 metres is Thomas Sutherland and Nicholas Kearns in 3 and 4. They continue to lead at that 25-metre mark. Now Nicholas is showing his dominance in the field with 15 to go. He started to clear out. Not letting him get too far away is Ryan in 5, but it is all Nicholas Kearns in 24.31. Ryan touches in second, and also under that 25-metre barrier is Thomas Sutherland. That concludes the action for our boys 17-year-olds in the 50-metre freestyle. As we're going to move along to event 76, the girls 18 years 50-metre freestyle, which we have 2 heats of.
Just the 15 athletes here in the 18-year-old girls. Looking for one of those top 10 spots in a final tomorrow. Most of them have raced almost every event today here. With our visitor swimming out of lane 4, Haruka Kimura from Japan. She's had a wonderful afternoon. And this looks to be no exception. She's got that super high stroke rate. She's opting for the straight arm freestyle. So we see that often a lot more in our 50-metre events. It's a lot harder to maintain such a powerful stroke. As she comes down under the flags, she's going to lead us through. Close for second between Layla and Kiara. But it will be Kiara Hutchinson in second and Layla Mufflers in third from Heat 1.
As we move along to Heat 2. So up in the lead is Alana Torrance in lane 4. Used her strong underwaters to pop up ahead of the rest of the field and has maintained that lead through the first 25 with Mia Yo and Skylar Hay on either side of her going with her. So Alana with 10 metres to go has maintained that lead. She's set at the start. Skylar Hay is not going away and is challenging on the last stroke, but it is all Alana Torrance. 27.31. Skylar Hay in second and Mia also under that 28 second barrier in third place to conclude the girls' 18 years 50-metre freestyle.
As we turn our attention to event 77, the boys 18 years 50 freestyle, we have 3 heats in this event this afternoon. So we come a lot closer to the final events of the afternoon. Our 19-year-old age group and our multi-class athletes. And then we get to wrap up with our most exciting event on the program, in my opinion, those 50-metre sprint relays. So we're getting a lot more energy and excitement around the pool deck now as things start to heat up here at the 2025 Mattioli Victorian State Sprint Championships. The boys in Heat 1 get underway. Nice long starts there. Joshua Wilkinson stayed under the longest, and it's been very beneficial to him, popping up about half a body length in front of Joshua Spiteri over in lane 3. It's Joshua versus Joshua with lane 5, Joshua Wilkinson taking the win there, 25-2-0 ahead of Joshua Spiteri, 25-6-4, and then Thomas Smith finishes in third.
As we now move along to Heat 2. So it is lane 4 from Surrey Park, Daniel Shiva-Therese, who leads through the first 15 metres. Also swimming well, Jacob Nemo in lane 6. Those two are clear of the rest of the field with 15 to go. It is all Daniel, though, looking smooth, looking relaxed, looking long, and takes this second heat out in 25.19. Jacob in second, and Zachary Gordon in third.
So Daniel there, just 1/100th of a second faster than Josh from the heat before. Let's see what the boys in Heat 3, the third and final heat of the 18-year-olds, can do here. Got big Ethan Ravensdale swimming out of lane 4, your fastest qualifier, with a 24.20. I'm keeping an ear out for Coach Michael. He loves to cheer for those Nunna boys. Always has a nickname for everyone. I'm waiting for Go the Raven as they come up there. And out in front off the start was Jacob Matushka from Melbourne Swimming Club, but here comes Ethan Ravensdale just pushing through in this second 25. As they come down under the flags, it will be Ethan 24.76. Jacob touches in second there, 25.10. And Justin Zhu finishes in third, 25.55.
So our next event on the program is event 78, the girls 19 and over 50 metre freestyle. Our Victorian record stands at 24.86.87, set in 2009 by Mary Kagura, and our Victorian all-comers record 24.53, set by, some of you might not be familiar with this name, Lisbeth Lenton, but you will be familiar when I say Libby Trickett. So that was Libby's maiden name. She set that at the World Championships in 2007, which were held in the temporary pool in Rod Laver Arena.
And then that pool got moved to Geelong.
Exactly.
Fun fact. I went to those championships. It was a fun day out. Always nice to have world-class events here in Melbourne. We do put on a pretty good show.
What's scary to think is some of those athletes who are competing this week, who were born in 2007, are no longer the youngest in the age group categories. As we have heat 1 of 4 of our 19-year-old girls behind the blocks. Currently, it does look like we just have the one athlete for this opening heat. So I think our technical officials are just checking if there's going to be a spare lane in one of the following heats, or deciding to go as seeded.
It's a tough gig trying to race on your own, so our officials will do their best. If there is a space in one of the next 3 heats, they'll be able to move that swimmer. But at the moment, it's looking like we might have a full house, so going to run.
So we are moving on to our concluding individual events of this afternoon session. So we have our 19-year-old girls and boys, or men and women, and then our multi-class events before we finish with our relays. And it's all freestyle action from here on in. So the speed is going to remain fast. So it does look like we have reseeded this opening heat, and so we are going to be starting with heat 2. with Tommy from the opening heat moving into lane 9.
Which means we're kicking underway with our circles heated heat straight off the bat. So some of those faster athletes will be in the centre. Our Dolphins representative, Tara Kinder, swimming out of lane 4 here. And we've got some pretty quick times to be chasing. So 26.89 is Tara's entry time.
She's been swimming well so far. She was happy to get under that 30-second barrier in the 50 backstroke. That was sort of a bit of a goal she'd set, and probably her least preferred stroke of the 4.
We've seen some fast swims from this 19 and over age group today. A lot of the girls really up there competitively across the board. Also got a few of our visiting athletes in this age group as well. And they've had a fantastic afternoon too. So hopefully it looks like we're ready to get going. Back into the action.
So it is now heat 2 on the blocks. And it is Tara Kinder in lane 4 who pops up in the lead, coming up at about 14-metre marks, using her strong Dolphins and looking smooth and relaxed as she leads ahead of Holly in lane 3 and Alyssa in 5. So it is the centre of the pool where the action is at. But our Dolphin from the recent World Short Course Championship takes out this opening heat in 26.43 with Holly in second and Alyssa in third.
It's definitely getting to that point of the day where I think our coaches go into working overtime, not only acting as coaches, but as hype people for the athletes. If you're coming back to swim your 4th sprint of the afternoon, it can be very draining doing these 50-metre events as we get underway with Heat 3 and Mackenzie House in lane 4. Ripper start there, ripping her way through this lap. She's pulling ahead of Manar in lane 3, and alongside Manar is Sasha Jones. And that's how it's going to finish with Mackenzie 26.83, Sasha 27.47, and Manar 27.57, going 1, 2, 3 from heat 3.
That's one of the things that I love about state sprints. The energy stays high regardless of what the last event may be, because they're always 50-metre sprints. Everyone gets up for a 50-metre sprint, whether you're a true sprinter or someone who wishes they were a sprinter.
The dreams of distance athletes when they watch their sprint teammates do a set of 4 15 metres while they do 4 1500s.
And through the first 15 metres here is Naze, who leads from Alana Banks. So the Surrey Park teammates are 1 and 2 through this 35-metre mark. Melissa Sharp is trying to challenge Alana in that battle for second and third. But Nazia is in control and takes it out in 26.79. Alana in second and Melissa in third.
Got to have a little bit of a joke around with Nazia earlier on this afternoon about her butterfly swim. I had a crack at her for taking a breath, and then she told me she actually took 2. So it's always nice, these older athletes. They're the first people to critique themselves as well.
And sometimes those older athletes are a bit too harsh on themselves with their criticism and do need to learn to view the positives, not just the negatives. As we're moving on to event 79, the boys 19 and over 50-metre freestyle, we have 5 heats. Behind the blocks is heat 1.
Great start there from Calvin Reid in lane 6. He's charging down the pool here. I have to wonder when his personal best time comes from. Well, it's probably more the fact that he mostly only races breaststroke, but this is a ripper. Owen Williams-Polly trying to go with him, but there's no one else in this race really. Calvin 25.01. Owen Williams-Polly finishes in second, 25.83, and Owen Warsome in 26.64 in third.
Well, after Calvin broke the 28-second barrier for the first time in breaststroke, he definitely needed to respond in his freestyle. You can't have your breaststroke challenging your freestyle speed. As we move along to Heat 2. Starting strongly in lane 8 is Jamin Shin from M1. Also going at the first 25 metres is everyone in this field. It's dead even across the field. Anyone could take it out here. Lane 0, Noah's currently leading with 5 metres to go, but swimming strongly through in lane 6 to take it out is Hoikon Won in a 26.30. Noah in second. That was a great battle across the field there for our 19-year-old boys in Heat 2.
Now, I did just notice we weren't seeing Ethan Apap in lane 4. Ethan was actually involved in a car accident recently and had to undergo pretty major surgery on his spine. So I just wanted to give Ethan a bit of a shout out. If you are watching the sprints today that you should have been racing, I wish you a very, very speedy recovery and all the best in your return. As the boys in Heat 3 are underway, and it's the big man, Nicholas Layton, who is leading us through in lane 4. Got that nice straight arm freestyle. Very close for second here between lane 3, 5 and 6. But Nick, 24.00. Anthony Lynn touches in second there, 24.48. Not much between him and the other boys there.
So Cameron Jordan sitting in 4th place there, showing breaststrokers, just like Calvin Reid, can sprint. So he won the battle of the breaststroke as of him and Calvin there, getting into the 24-second barrier as we move along to Heat 4. So it is the centre of the pool where the action is at, and Cameron Bladen leads through that first 25-metre mark. Swimming well alongside him is Ewan Smith in lane 3. Those two are battling out for the heat win with 5 metres left to swim. Cameron looks like he's just going to hold on in a nice time of 23.89. Ewan Smith in second and Tannen in third. As we are moving along to our 5th and final heat of our boys 19 and over 50 freestyle.
A couple of these boys missing, but our fastest qualifier, Xander Coates, is racing out of lane 4, 22.79 his entry time, and was off to a flying start. He's got a half body length lead on Kieran Jasing in lane 3. And there's a good little bit of action out here in the far lanes between Liam Butner and Jack Sharp, but Xander Coates, 22.70. It's a nice swim from him. Kieran finishes in second and Liam gets third.
Strong way to conclude the boys 19 and over 50 metre freestyle there from Xander. As we're moving along to event 80. The women's 50 metre freestyle multi-class. We're just going to have a slight pause before we begin event 80. As we're moving into our final 2 individual events of this morning's heat session. So we have 2 heats of the women's 50 metre freestyle multi-class, followed by 3 heats of the men's 50 metre freestyle multi-class. These are open age group events. So we have got athletes ranging on age from 11 all the way through to 26.
Years young.
Yes, it's always years young. It's never years old. It's 11 years old and 26 years young.
Exactly. Perfect.
So underway here in Heat 1. So those unfamiliar with our multi-class events, all these athletes are competing against their individual classifications world record. Their time at the end of the race will be converted into a point score based on that world record, and then the highest point score wins. So we have a number of different classifications in this race, so we're not necessarily racing head-to-head. So it's not necessarily Grace Ryder, who is going to be first to the wall in this opening heat, who will earn the highest points, just ahead of Isabel and Tyra. Those are the first three to the wall. But their times are going to be converted into a point score based on their classification world record. Molly Griffin and Lara Stobie coming into the wall in 7th and 8th. They're both S7 athletes, so they were having a head-to-head race there as they came underneath the flags to finish out our opening heat.
We'll turn our attention now to our second and final heat of our women's 50-metre freestyle for multiclass. Girls look ready to go here. And the girls are underway now. It's a lovely start there in lane 4 by Sarah Howe. Quick on that underwater and up and racing. We're looking for those fast stroke rates. Powerful kick behind. So it is Sarah out in front. It's like keep doing such a good job of keeping that head perfectly still. I think I only saw her breathe once in the whole race there. 31.46 is her time, and it was a great battle between Evie and Cirrus in lanes 5 and 6, but Evie finishes in second there, 34.17. As our final athlete now under the flags, Maddie Fox comes down to touch.
So breathing is something that Sarah does find a little bit uncomfortable with her thing, so she's capitalised that on making sure she controls her breathing. So she does that very well in her freestyle. You'll also see in her breaststroke she was breathing every second or third stroke. So that's something she's used to her advantage to help make sure she can swim as fast as possible as we move on to the final individual event of the program this afternoon, event 81, the men's 50-metre freestyle multi-class. We have 3 heats, with heat 1 getting themselves ready behind the blocks. So heat 1 is more of an experienced heat, with Cooper Harrington from Yarra Plenty Waves being the young gun at just 14, whereas the rest of the athletes are 16 and older here in our opening heat. And it is in lane 4, James Logan, who's out to the fastest start through the first 25 metres. James represents Melbourne Swimming Club in the S15 category. So he is racing head-to-head with some of the swimmers coming up in later heats, but not this heat. He's the only S15 athlete in this opening heat. Joshua touching the wall in second. Cooper Harrington, our 14-year-old, touching the wall in third. So concluding the action here in our opening heat is going to be Kobe Wilson coming underneath the flags and into touch in a time of 1:05, taking off 10 seconds from his entry time there.
Beautiful work, Kobe, and we'll move on to heat 2 now, behind the blocks, ready to go. A few of our big names swimming out of this second heat. Lockie Bellion had a fantastic nationals last year. As did Eli Kerr, swimming out of lane 6, picked up some medals. So not only do these athletes compete and do so well in Victoria, but on that national stage as well. And it was Lockie who was up and racing first, popped up like a rocket, and away he went. Swimming through well here is Benjamin Wills in lane 4. What a great day he's had. I think he's won mostly every race he's been in, being that first person to the wall. And he's looking to make no exception here in this 50 freestyle as he comes down to touch there. 28.20. Lockie finishes in second. 30.38, and Calvin Tran in third. 31.20. So we look across to the far side of the pool. It's our youngster Blake Warren, S9 swimmer, coming into finish. The time there, 52.89, is a 3-second personal best for Blake, so well done.
As we now move along to our third and final heat of event 81, the men's 50-metre freestyle multi-class. So this is our final individual event scheduled for this afternoon's program.
Do you see what I see, Nick?
Yes, I was just doing my double check, and I do think we're going to have some fun before the relays, but we will have to wait and see. As Heat 3 is underway. And as he has all day, Nicholas Layton's doubling up some events.
Looks to be taking this one pretty cruisily.
This looks more like a 200 freestyle pace from Nick. Not that he loves his 200 freestyle, but he is going to come into touch first in this heat in the 26.59 with Minzy in second. Nice tight battle for third with Hugo just getting a touch into the wall. So that concludes event 81. We'll wait for those times across all three heats to be converted into their point score before we see the results. As we're now moving along to a sim-off in the male 15-year-old butterfly event between Maximilian and Miller. So the battle of the M's, Maximilian and Miller.
Yeah, so for those who are wondering what we were talking about with the fun, these swim-offs are super exciting. You'll see teammates of the boys in the race come up alongside. It generally gets pretty noisy. So what happens here is we have 10 spaces in a final available. And if you come equal 10th or equal 11th, you swim off for a place as either in the final or an emergency. I'm not entirely sure what this one is for, but someone's going to get the opportunity to race tomorrow.
But through the first 25, it is still nice and tight, but it is Maximilian who holds a slight advantage over Miller. So Maximilian is maintaining his early lead that he's had from the start, and he's going to take out this swim-off in the boys' 15 years, 50 freestyle in 28.00 with Miller just behind in second in a 28.66. So looking around, and that does look like our swim-off action is now complete. So we're going to move along.
So that one was for first emergency, 11th.
Excellent. So one of them will be back here warming up, hoping they're getting a spot in the final tonight as we move along to event 84, the mix 15 and over. 200 metre freestyle relay. So these relays, all teams must have 2 male and 2 female athletes. There is no rules on the orders that you have to swim. You can choose however you like to do it.
No rules, hey?
No rules. The only rule is...
I feel like there's a couple of rules.
Well, yeah. No rules. No rules.
No rules, do what you want.
Freestyle does really have a lot less rules.
Pop up by the 15-metre mark. Don't jump off the bottom and touch the wall before your teammate jumps in.
Pretty simple, hey?
Perfect.
Well, we are off and racing in our first heat here. All teams apart from one going with that boy option first. And it looks to be at the moment lane 4, Lilydale, who leads the way at the 50-metre mark.
So as we go through that first exchange, it is Lilydale who does emerge in the lead, but starting to challenge them now is Swimland halfway down this second lap. But swimming really, really strongly in lane 7 is DVE. So DVE has now moved into the lead, Swimland into second, and Lilydale holding on to third place as we approach the halfway exchange. And it will be DVE leading ahead of Swimland. Lilydale hitting the water together.
Yeah, it was a really nice second 50 from the DVE team out in lane 7. Had a good changeover, but once again, as we see in these relays, being that there are males and females and different strengths between each leg, we are seeing another shift up with Swimland pushing their way back into that first place spot, and trying to go alongside them is that Lilydale team in lane 4. Had a really, really great third leg from Westbourne over in 1. They pushed their way into second. So lots and lots of changes as we come into this final 50.
Yeah, that was a great third leg from Westbourne there. Actually leading the way now there, and in play were those tactics. They put the girls up first and got the boys to chase home. And they will come under the flags now to take out the first heat in a time of 151.56. Lilydale holding on there for second, 153.13. And Oasis Otters their third in that first time final.
Because they are time final, so Westbourne is sitting in the hot seat. They're currently holding that gold medal. And the heats 2 and 3 will need to beat that time to move into the medal positions. As heat 2 are now behind the blocks. And we've definitely got a range of experience and youth in this relay from a number of the different teams, and a range of strategies. So 7 of the teams are leading off with their males, 3 of the teams are leading off with their females.
Yeah, very interesting that the team from Westbourne led with their females and then finished with their males. We don't often see that, particularly in the higher levels as the athletes get older. And the reason being is that the boys have a lot more speed than the girls in these age groups. And if you can get that lead at the start, you're not swimming in other people's wake. You can get that clear water, that nice clean water, and have a better chance of swimming fast. Now, the benefit of having your males at the end, especially if they're super competitive people, is they're really going to do their best to try and catch up and close that gap.
Heat 2 off and swimming now. And interestingly enough, in lane 4 from Ivanhoe Swim, we have someone deciding to do butterfly.
That would be Eli Billman, I imagine. Judging by the start, don't quote me on it, but great butterfly. I think his butterfly is almost faster than his freestyle, so that is why he's choosing to do that. If you are good at something, you can also be trying to get a qualifying time as well. Times as the first swimmer in a relay count, and he's just gone a 25.46, so it hasn't hindered him at all.
So
not a shabby time.
Really fast speed there on that opening 50. But now as Yarra Plenty Waves has moved into the lead here on this second leg, and also moving up once again is DVE. This time their A team over in lane 1, and swimming strongly in lane 9 is Ivanhoe Swim. So it is Yarra Plenty Waves who lead through, with DVE in second and Ivanhoe Swim B team in third, just ahead of an Ivanhoe Swim A.
Always interesting when the B team comes up and challenges the A team. I do think, though, their A team is finishing with or has a male athlete in now, so they're starting to pull away, and they've come up alongside Yarra Plenty on this third leg. So this is seeming to be the leg that's most important. We're seeing a lot of changes occurring here as those final two swimmers hit the pool. It is Ivanhoe in the lead in lane 4. Following them through was Yarra Plenty, and then Melton have moved their way into third place.
As we come down now to the last 25 metres, and Ivanhoe Swim have put the lead on South Gippsland, trying to make a move now. Melton have just swum completely over the top of Ivanhoe there to take out that second heat. 147.97, Ivanhoe following 148.87, and in third South Gippsland Bass.
So now it is Melton who's moved into that hot seat with one heat to go. 147.97 is the time to beat from our third and final timed final in the mixed 15 and over 200 metre freestyle relay.
Got a lot of teammates racing in this event, so we're going to see 2 teams from Nunawading, 2 teams from Surrey Park, and 2 teams from Melbourne Swimming Club all hit the pool here. Going after some bragging rights in the relays to finish off today's heat session with our timed finals for the relays.
And off and racing they are in lane 4 there. Nunawading definitely off to the best of starts, putting a lead on the other teams that have also gone with boys up the front. And it will be Nunawading A touching first in not a bad time, 22.8. Melbourne Swim Club second, and in third Surrey Park.
So Nunawading continue to hold this lead into this second 50 here. Melbourne Swimming Club holding on to second ahead of Nunawading B and Surrey Park A, with Surrey Park B not out of the mix as well. So now we make the halfway exchange. It is Nunawading A leading ahead of Nunawading B, ahead of Surrey Park A, ahead of Melbourne A and Surrey Park B. All those 5 teams with a chance.
And we're just really starting to see that inverted V shape here from our centre lanes as Nunawading starts to pull away with this relay. Surrey Park is trying to go with them in lane 5. There's about half a body length between them. Both teams with with female athletes hitting the pool for their final leg. It is still Nunawading in first, Surrey Park in second, and Nunawading B in third.
And as we come down with 25 metres to swim, is Surrey Park really trying to challenge Nunawading there. It's between those 2 teams, Nunawading and Surrey Park. It's going to come down to the touch. Surrey Park look to have just ever so slightly. It will be Surrey Park 141.63. Nunawading A there 141.83, and then Nunawading B 142.84.
And what a way to wrap up session 2 of the 2025 Mattioli Victorian Sprint Championships. We look forward to you joining us again tomorrow morning for our final session at 8:30 a.m.
Good job. It's good. So spring there.